Hello guys and welcome to our first class of our course to the complete introduction to Python. So this is our first class and my goal today is really to give you an introduction to the course. So this way you'll know exactly what will be covered, what you will learn, and what exactly will be in this course in general. So let's start. So what exactly will be covered in this course? So what I try to do with this course is really to give you a complete introduction and give you the maximum of information the simplest way possible. And I didn't want to create a course that takes 30 hours to complete because the majority of times people just don't complete the course. So I'm trying to make something that is simple, straight to the point, but at the same time covers all the aspects of Python. So how I divided the course, it's very simple. So in the next class, we are gonna talk about why using Python and what are the benefits of Python. And just talk about Python in general from a theoretical point of view. After that, we are gonna download and set up Python. So not only Python, we are also gonna set up a text editor. In this case, I'm gonna suggest you some text editors that you guys can use, but for the purpose of this course, I'm using PyCharm since it's one of the most populars, and personally, it's one of my favorites. I have some others that I will suggest you, but once again, this is my favorite. After that, we are gonna write down your first lines of code. So we are gonna write down the basic program, which is Hello World. So you'll see we'll have a brief introduction to Python. So you'll see what a small line of code looks like. After that, we are gonna play with our first function, which is the print function. So we are just gonna see what is the print function and everything. Then we are gonna talk about variables. We are gonna create variables. You'll see what exactly are variables. We're gonna talk about different type of data. So in this, in this case, about strings, about numbers, about Boolean, and all different types of data. We are gonna talk about the input function and practice a lot. We'll create your own function. So I'll show you how to create functions and how to store those functions. We are going to talk about the if statement, the return statement as well. We are going to work with lists. We are going to talk about loops, so while loops and also for loops. We are going to create some other small apps, once again, just to practice. When I'm talking about apps, it's going to be, for this course, it's, a lot of practice. But at the same time, the apps will be like, for example, crypto, we will encrypt some data. So for example, we will create passwords and we'll encrypt those passwords. We'll create text apps. You'll see it's gonna be simple things at first, but the more we advance, the more it's gonna become complicated. Once again, you guys will be able to follow. Then we are gonna talk about errors, how you can find errors in Python. We are gonna talk about dictionary. So at the end of the day, I think you will have all you need to be able to, go and start programming by yourself. So my goal is really, as I explained, my goal was really to cover the maximum information in the smallest amount of time possible and explain the easiest way possible. All right, so next thing, what is the goal of this course? So my goal when I was creating this course, as I explained, is really to give you the max information and not creating something that is too complicated. So I wanted to create something that is simple, that is straight to the point, and that you guys can practice in real life. So you can create real applications with it and really understand how everything works and have a complete introduction to Python as well. So this is the main goal of this course, really give you a complete introduction to what Python is, how it works, and having all the basic knowledge of this programming language. And finally, what you will be able to do by the end of this course. So at the end of this course, in my perspective, you will have everything that you need to start your programming career. In other words, you will have all the basic knowledge to start programming in Python. So after that, yes, you can do more advanced things, you can specialize yourself. You can, for example, go more, take more data analysis courses. You can take more courses about, let's say, ethical hacking, or I don't know, any specialization that you guys want. There is a lot of specializations that you can do with Python, and you can do many things with this programming language. So once again, this course will simply open up the door for you, and after that you will be able to take more advanced courses to, let's say, have more progress in your, let's say, professional world. So professionally or just personally, if it's for you, and you want to do cool stuff with a programming language, Python is definitely the language for you. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class where we are gonna talk about Python more specifically. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in today's class, we are gonna ask ourselves, why should we learn Python? So we will talk about what is Python, when it was born, how you can use it, and everything around Python. So let's start. So the first question we will ask ourselves today is, what is Python? So basically, Python is simply a high-level programming language. So this language is really designed to be easy and very simple to implement in applications or simply in everyday's life. Well, in everyday's programming life. Also, what's cool about Python is that it's open source. It means that it's free to use. You don't have to pay a fee to be able to use this programming language. And even if you're creating commercial applications or applications that you will sell, it's still free to use. Python can be run on different machines, so it can be run on Windows, on Mac, on Unix, and can also be run on, can also be ported to Java and .NET virtual machines, which is once again a very good thing about Python. Python is a object-oriented language, and it's also considered a scripting language, something like Ruby or Perl. And it can be used for creating many things. It could be from, as I said, it could be games, it could be web applications, it could be simply, I don't know, very simple applications, mobile apps, absolutely, well, anything. There is a lot of applications that support Python API. For example, we have GIMP, we can have Inkscape, we can have Blender, Autodesk Maya. And so as you can see, Python is something that is very used in our today's life. And it's also an amazing thing to learn it as a first programming language. So right now we'll talk about the difference between Python 2 and Python 3, since it's very common to hear those two things, but no one really knows the difference. So basically, Python 2 was born in October 2000. This was the first version of Python, and Python, that's when Python was, started to be used. And it was updated until July 2010. So that's when the last version of Python 2 just got out. It was Python 2.7. And at the meantime, Python 3, well, it was born somewhere around 2008. So it was in December 2008. And until now, it's still updated. And right now, we are mostly using Python 3. Why using Python 3? It's very simple. It will support the modern techniques like AI, machine learning, data science, and many others. It's supported by Python developers community, so it's way easier to get support for Python 3 than for Python 2, since Python 2 is not that used right now. It's really easier to learn Python 3 than to learn Python 2. It can be mixed with other programming languages, so you can use it with Java or C++. And it offers a powerful toolkit and libraries, which is very good for Python users. So why learning Python as a first programming language? Basically, as I explained to you guys before, Python is the most popular language that exists right now. If I'm not mistaken, something around 25 or 26% of people say that they prefer Python to other languages, programming languages, which is very big. And is it a good thing that Python is that popular? Once again, yes, because you have easier support, because the majority of apps will be developed in Python, And this means that if you know how it works, well, it will be easier for you to create more advanced apps. And if you need support, well, you can easily find support on the internet. Also, some amazing things that exists on Python. You can have a fast development speed. You have numerous libraries and frameworks that exist. So when we're talking about framework, we have, for example, Django, Flask, Falcon, and others. Those are just the most popular. Python offers a huge performance, so you can create really performant apps. It's really easy to maintain. And finally, it's a very simple, well, it's very scalable, so you can create very advanced applications. But in the end, it's simply really simple to learn. So the language in itself is very simple to learn. The only thing that is a bit more harder is to understand the logic behind it. But once you understand the logic, skies are the limit. You can create anything. So you simply have to understand the logic behind this programming language, and well, behind the object-oriented programming languages. And after that, well, when you learn Python, you can learn other languages. Is it hard to learn? It depends on people. Honestly, it depends on people. For some people, it will be easier. As I explained, it's not the lines of code that are hard to understand. It's more the logic behind the object-oriented language. But once you understand this, well, writing the right functions after that will be easier. So it's not that hard, but for people who never, let's say, who are not really using computers, who never, let's say, have been on Excel or, well, worked, for example, with Excel and, well, wrote functions on Excel, for example, once again, it's just an example, and don't have no previous programming experiences, it can be more harder. But for people who simply, well, have some previous programming background, or who already touched to Python and have like a small idea of what's a object programming language, it will be a bit more easier. Once again, don't worry, this course is really based to help you learn step by step how it works. So what will you be able to do by knowing how to program in Python? So there are many things that you guys can do when you know how to program with Python. You can, for example, create your own apps. It can be apps, it can be web apps, it can be mobile apps. You can work in data analysis, so you can use Python for data analysis. You can use Python for cybersecurity and ethical hacking. You can use Python for, well, mostly anything. If you want to automate something, for example, well, you can use Python to automate it. If you want to create more advanced management apps, you can do it with Python. So as I said, when you know how to use this language, sky is the limit, and you can create anything you want. It's like, for example, when you know how to build a house. If you know how to build a small house, well, it's gonna be easier for you to build a bigger house. So if you know how to build, if you know the basics, you can build anything you want with Python. And this course is really designed to help you learn the basics of all this. Yes, of course, you will have to after that practice it. But at the end of the day, you'll see it's very well, it's not that hard to learn. Alright, so that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in this class, we are gonna do principally two things. We are gonna download Python, and we will download as well a text editor to be able to write our program in it. So let's start. So the first thing I'll ask you guys to do is simply to go on Google, and from here we are gonna write down Python. Here we go. So when you guys are here, don't click on welcome to Python, simply click on download. Then it will depend if you have a Windows or a Mac. You can simply click on download Python, the latest version here. So as you can see, the latest version is 3.8.2. Or if you want a specific version, well, it's gonna be right there. So if you are looking on a specific version of Python, once again, we are working with Python 3. So you can select it. Well, you can find it here and select it. Let's say, for example, I want the latest version who went out yesterday. I will simply click on download. And from here, it will ask me what, you'll see something like this. and you will have to choose between Windows 32 bytes and Windows 64 bytes. So how do we know if we have a 32 or 64 bytes? It's very simple. We simply go on search, we go on our settings, and from here simply write down about. Then you go on your system, and right here you will be able to see system type 64 bytes. So I have a 64 byte. So if I want to download Python, I will download this one right here. Well, those ones. So the 64 bytes one. All right. So once you have downloaded Python, the next thing that we will have to do is download a text editor. So basically, what is a text editor? A text editor, well, let's see it this way. Word, you can write down words on Word. Word is a text editor. It's for writing texts. You can also write down texts on, let's say, Excel or Access. But once again, it's not specialized to writing text. Yes, you can do it on Excel, but Word is like the text editor to write, is the main environment to write down long texts. In Python, you also have text editors that are used really for coding, to be able to program in Python. And those text editors are called IDE, what means Integrated Development Environment. Those places, what's the difference between writing on a text editor specialized in, let's say, programming language, or simply writing on a notebook or a notepad? Well, since it's specialized in this, what it will do, it will, let's say, for example, you have a mistake somewhere in your code, you're writing longer lines of code, and you have a mistake somewhere, well, it will simply correct you. Besides of that, it's really specialized in this, so it will help you run your codes and everything. All right, so there are some text editors that I can suggest you. For example, you have Atom, which is a very, very good text editor. Or you have PyDev, which is also a good one. A text editor that I personally like a lot is PyCharm. I like it, it's very popular. And in those years, he worked for me very, very well in the past years. So how do we download a text editor? Simply go back on your Google search and we'll write down PyCharm. So PyCharm. Here we go. At this point, you will see something like this. Simply go on download. And you'll do the exact same thing. Well, you will have a download page like this. You'll have to select Windows, Mac, or Linux. You have the professional version, which is paid, but we are looking for the community version, which is free. So you simply click on download and you follow the download steps. You'll see it's very, very easy. The next thing that you guys want to do when it's all done, we want to see our main page. So simply open up your PyCharm. All right. Then you should have something that asks you if you want to open up a new project or not a new project. You click on new project, and after that they'll ask you the location. So very simple, you want to choose a name for your project. So let's call it project 1. From that, you want the location. You want your base interpreter. So here you select Python 3 or Python 2, but in your, normally it will select for you, it will select the latest version of Python. So when it's all done here, you leave it at virtual environment, so it will stay virtual environment. And the location, it's where you want it to be, you want it to be saved, so it's the same thing. When it's all done, you simply click on create. So we'll keep it on this window. So what it will do, it will create our first project, and this is the place where we will work for the whole course to try our Python try our Python codes and all our Python things. So normally it will create your virtual environment, and from that moment you will be able to add the we will be able to add the Python text and the absolute everything. So right now it's loading on my computer, and when it's gonna be ready, that's gonna be set. All right, so right now it's ready. So for this class, that's it. We'll see in the next class how to write our first program, but for now, this is all that I'll ask you guys to do. So very simple, simply select the project, simply select create your first project. When it's all done, simply go to the next class where we'll write our first lines of code. Hello guys, and welcome back to another course of our class about Python. So in today's class, we are going to write our first lines of code, and to help you get an initiation to Python, we are going to write down the first, the most basic app possible, which is the Hello World app. So to be able to write it down, we will use a function, which is the print function. So let's start out. So until now, what we've done, we've installed the Python and our text editor, which is PyCharm or any other text editor that you guys have. And what we want to do now is simply go on our project, click on new, and we'll open up Python file. So when it's done, the next thing that you guys want to do is open up a Python file, and you can give him a name. Let's name it project 1. When it's done, simply click on enter. Alright, so right now you have your Python text environment, so you can write down the codes that you want. So as I said, the first thing that we are going to write will be our Hello World app. So very simple, how we write it down. The first thing, we write down our function, which is the print function. Then we open up parentheses, and we open up those two little commas. So what we'll write down inside of our print, as I said, we'll write down our first app, which is Hello World. All right. When our first line of code is written, right now it's time to run it. So if you want to run your first app, it's very simple. You can click here, which will run the project, or you can run your project from there or here. So in my case, I have a few project ones. So here we go. I just ran my app, and as you can see, this is the answer. So if I run again, as you can see, my answer is Hello World. So what's happening? This is, first of all, this is the console, and here I'm writing my code. So this is the place where I will write down my code, and right here, this is where I will write. This is where the code will be generated. So here I have my answer to my code, and here is simply my code that I write down. As you can see here, I wrote down my function. So I have my function print, and then I have what I want to print, and in this case I want to print Hello World. And as you can see here, I just printed this first app. So that's it for this course, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python. So in today's class, we are gonna learn how programming works. Well, once again, my goal here is really to just present you the basics and what is the logic behind the programming, and we will play by creating some phrases that we will we'll write them down and we'll change orders. So I'll explain you how some aspects are important. So basically, how all this works, how Python works. As I explained, the first part right here is where you write down your code. So let's say, for example, I write down print, and in this case, I still write down my basic program, which is Hello World, and I run this program. All right, so as I explained in the course before, the first part right here is where I will write down my code, and here is the answer to my code. So let's say, for example, here, my goal here when I'm writing down something is simply to send the computer instruction to what exactly the computer will have to do. So for example, right here, I'm sending the instruction to the computer to print, and the computer will simply generate me the hello world right there. So if I've asked, for example, the computer to make an addition or a subtraction or a multiplication or a division, well, the computer will do this right here and will generate me the answer right there. So the more complex the computer will answer to those tasks. Basic, they look like this, and the more complex the tasks are, the more time it's gonna take the computer to complete them. But at the end, the computer is simply completing the tasks that we ask him to do. So this is the concept, well, this is the huge concept of programming. It's simply giving the computer tasks to complete. So let's say, for example, I want to answer to a complex problem. So I will create a program that will answer to those, that will give a solution to this problem. And then the computer will simply give me the answer. For example, I am creating a program that will do accounting. After that, the computer will ask me to enter my, let's say, for example, once again, will ask me to enter my variables, so the numbers that I want to count. So in the case, let's say, for example, I want to do accounting for a business, I will enter all the accounting numbers of this business, and the computer will generate me the answer. So the answer that I'm looking for, let's say, is the income of this business or the value of this business or whatever answer I'm looking for. So as I explained, the goal here is really to write down instructions to the computer. All right, so how we are going to understand how all this works? So it's very simple. We will create some phrases, and you'll see why there are some aspects that are important. So the first aspect that is very important is the order in which you write down your functions. So let's say, for example, you take your first function, which is hello, and instead of writing down hello, you write down hello, my name is someone. All right, so right now what do we have? We have 4 different words. So if we run this app, once again, hello, my name is someone is the answer to this code. So once again, I created my app. So as you can see, my app is very simple. What it does is simply generates those words. Right now, the order that I write down my codes is very, very important. This could be for simple codes, as right here, for example, where I'm just generating words and I'm asking Python to generate me words, or for more advanced codes where I need to do some advanced calculations or enter variables or, identify variables or anything more complicated. So as I explained, the order is important. Why? Because let's say, for example, we take our first line of code, and instead of putting it at the end, we put it at the beginning. And delete our last line of code. So as you can see, the answer will not be the same, because instead of having hello, my name is someone, well, right now my answer is someone, hello, my name is, which doesn't make sense at all. So as you can see, if my order changes, this means the order of the instructions that I'm giving to the computer will change as well. So at the end, I will not have the same answer. If I give you guys a more life example, let's say, for example, you are doing a pizza. You can't bake the pizza before cooking the pizza. So this is the exact same thing for let's say our Python exercise right now. If let's say my last, if the someone is in this case cooking the pizza, I can't put cooking the pizza at the beginning. Once again, it's just an example. So this is why the order is very, very important. So that's my goal for this course. As I explained, let me summarize. The goal with this basic app was just to show you that first of all, the order is important. Secondly, how Python works is simply giving orders to the computer, and the computer gives you the answer. So you write down your orders right here, and you receive your answer down here. So this is really the basics of programming, not only for Python, but for programming as well in any language. The only thing that you guys do is simply send orders to the computer, and the computer will answer those orders with an answer. So in this case, my answer is, hello, my name is someone. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python. So in this class, we are gonna talk principally about variables and the ways that we can store data in our, let's say, programming, when we are programming on Python. All right, so very basically, there is 3 types of variable that exist. Well, there are more, but the major ones will be, well, those 3. The first one is the text data. So let's say we have text that we want to print. This will be our first type of data. In this case, we call it string. So a string is simply a plain text that we are writing down. So let's say, for example, we are printing hello world. Well, hello world is a string. The second type of data will be data that can be used for calculations. So let's say, for example, we want to calculate things. Well, this type of data will be numbers. So 25, 20, 35, any type of numbers will be will be numbers. So this type of data is simply numbers. So every type of numbers can be technically numbers data. Very important to understand also that numbers could potentially be also string. So in this case, let's say, for example, you want to write down 20, you can write down 20 as a text, or you can write it down as a number. The only difference is if you write it down as a text, you won't be able to make calculation with it because it's a text, it's not a number. So very important, guys, when you use those data, for example, if you use a number, well, very important to write it down as a number if you want to make calculation with it. If you don't want to make calculations with it, simply write it down as a text. Finally, the last type of data will be the Boolean data. This type of data simply returns, works with the true and false. When you have to use true and false, well, this is Boolean data. Once again, we won't talk too much about it in this class since we're still talking about basics, but just for you guys to know that it exists. I'll also show you an example with Boolean data at the end of this course. So just for you guys to see what it looks like and for you to understand a little bit, to have a visual of what it looks like. All right, so let's start. So to be able to work with the variables, what we want to do, we'll write down a simple text of, let's say, well, we'll just write down a simple text and we'll change variables of in this text. So what we want to do right now, we'll write down a text to someone to ask him about his car and his house. So let's say this person is named Mr. Jack. So we'll say, hello, Mr. Jack. I am very interested by your car. Is it red? Also, Mr. Jack, is your house older than 20 years old? Thank you, Mr. Jack. So thank you, Mr. Jack. All right, so right now we have our very basic text. So once again, that's just a very basic text. from here, what we want to do is simply change, let's say, some words by variables. The goal why we'll do this is, let's say, for example, right now it's just 4 lines. But let's say you have 100 lines of text and you have words that you want to change at major places. Or, for example, you have emails. So you have models of emails and you want to add names in those emails. So let's say, hello, Mr., and you want to write down a name. So you have templates of emails and you want to, let's say, change the name or change anything in this template. Well, this is a way to do it. So very simple. What you want to do here is simply identify your variables. So the first thing, as I showed you, the app works. So I'm able to generate my app right here. So right now, the next thing that I want to do is very simple, is identify my variables. So what type of variables I have here? I have the name, so person's name. Our first variable will be person name. So we want to create our variables. We are creating our variables right now. So how we do this? First of all, we write the name of the variable. We write down equal, and we write down the name that we want to create. So in this case, it's Mr. Jack. So this is the name of our first variable. So the person's name is Mr. Jack. All right. The next variable that we want to change will be car. So object 1. In this case, we'll call it object 1. And what is object 1? So in this case, object 1 is a string data called car. So we have 2 string datas right here. Next thing, what we want to change is the color. So we'll call this variable object 1 color. And in this case, the color of the object 1 is red. So as you can see, what I'm doing right now, I am naming my variable. So I have my variable and I name my variable. This is the data that I store in my variable. So I have the variable and the data stored in it. All right. Next thing, we have our fourth variable, which is house. In this case, we'll write down object name 2. So in this case, what's the name of the second object? Well, it's very simple. It's house. Next thing we're looking for is the age of our, let's say, house. So it's 20. So object, in this case, the name will be object 2 age equal. In this case, it's 20. So I can write down 20 in 2 ways. I can write it down just like this, since this type of variable is a number, so I can leave it like this, or I can write it as a string. So in this case, we'll write it as a string because I want to write down 20 years old. So I'll write down the complete variable, 20 years old. So as you can see, I have my fifth variable, and I can use it as a number. So for example, I want to say also, Mr. Jack, is your house older than? I can just change the 20, but I want to change the 20 years old as well. All right, the last variable that, well, we don't have any variables anymore. So that's it. We have our five variables. What we want to do now is add those variables to our text right here. Well, to our small app right here, since this is a app. So if I run my app, it will come back the same way because we didn't add those variables here. All right, so the first place where what we want to change will be the person's name. In this case, it's Mr. Jack. So what we want to do, we simply write down our text, so our first part, which is hello, then we add a plus, and then we add a person's name, so which is our first variable. So hello, plus first variable. All right, second sentence. I am very interested by your. So in this case, we'll use the second variable, which is car. So we'll add our plus right here. So we divide our text right here. second part of text right here, and we add a plus. Object. One. Very important, guys, if you have capital letters in your variable, if you named your variable with a capital letter, don't write small letters. And if in the other case you wrote small letters here, don't write capital letters because it's not gonna work. Is it plus? So in this case, we add we add object one color. All right, so you get the point. Next, also Mr. Jack. In this case, we have our variable. So Mr. Jack plus plus person name is your. So in this case, we are talking about the object name 2, which is the house. So object name 2 older than, and in this case 20 years old. So 20 years old will be our object to age. So we'll just take this. As you can see, I made a mistake in object. I wrote object, so it doesn't detect the variable. So very important, you need to write down the exact same thing. As you have here. Here we go. All right, amazing. So right now we have absolutely everything that we need. The only place left will be here. So it's gonna be thank you. In this case, we'll have our person name. So person name. Great. So right now we have all our variables. What we want to do right now, we'll simply write our function. So as you can see, our function is the exact same thing. So hello, Mr. Jack. Right now, let's say instead of Mr. Jack, we write Mr. Tom. And we run our app. So as you can see, we can see here, hello, Mr. Tom. I'm very interested by your car. Also, Mr. Tom, is your house older than 20 years old? So as you can see, sometimes here we have words that are, well, close to each other. How we can change this simply by clicking on the spacebar, and well, you'll have no more problems. So very simple, simply click on the spacebar, and it should have no problems with that. All right, so you understand the point for variables. So let's say I want to change the 20 years old for 10 years old. It's gonna work the exact same way. So here I have my answer, which will be 10 years old. Here we go. All right, let's say I want to change a house for, I don't know, duplex. So as you can see here, it's gonna be the object name. So hello, well, also Mr. Jack, is your duplex older than 20 years old? So let's just add it. Perfect. So right now we have Mr. Tom. So in this case, it's Mr. Tom. So as you can see here, we have everything we want. So this is the way that we can store our variables. So this will be our variables right here. This will be the data that is stored in our variables. What is cool also with Python is, let's say, for example, I have this text right here, but right now I want to generate another text right here. I don't have to change the variable name. So let's say, for example, I have my text right there. I copy my text and I paste it right here. So in this case, let's say I generate my answer. So I will have two texts. So hello, Mr. Tom. Let's say in our second text right here, I want to change Mr. Tom for Mr. Andrew. So as you can see, in my second text, it's gonna change, but in my first text, it's gonna stay the same. So let's say in my first text, I wanna go from Mr. Tom to Mr. Jack. So it's gonna stay the same thing. I can do this also with the 10 years old. Let's say here it's gonna be 10. I want it to be 20 years old. So as you can see, it will look something like this. So I can have the same names of variables, but since I just changed it of places, so for example, I created two texts, one under the other, my variables will adapt. So Python will automatically adapt to, let's say, my what I'm writing, my program that I'm writing. So I can change the name of my variables. For example, here person name will be Mr. Jack, and here person's name will become Mr. Andrew. All right. So this is for our first type, for variables and data. So as I explained, this will be your variable. You can name your variable and you can change it when you want. And if you want to change it, you simply change the type of data that is here. You have three types of variables. You have strings, which are texts. You have numbers, which are numbers, the word said it. And as I showed you, for example, here we have 20 years old. You can change your 20 years old by simply writing down 20. 20 will be, for example, in this case, your number. And finally, the last type of variables that we have will be the Boolean. So we'll delete all this. So Boolean value is simply true or false, variables that have true or false in them. I'll show you a quick example of what it looks like. So let's say, for example, having a house. Once again, you don't have right now to not to understand, but just you have to understand that it's simply true or false value. So I'll just show you how it works. I won't talk too much in details in it. We'll talk a bit later about it. So let's say having a house equals, let's say, true. So if, once again, right now I'm also writing down if function, so it's just to present you the Boolean all right. I own a small house. All right, here we go. Perfect. So because, well, my Boolean value, which will be here, true or false. So if I write true right here, this will be generated. In the other case, if I write false, sorry, this will not be generated. So let me show you. Let's say I'm here and I write down false. Well, this will not be generated. So as you can see, there is no code generated. There is no answer generated. So as you can understand, Boolean value is simply working with the true or false. Once again, this is just a quick example, and it's very, very, like, let's say, just to explain you what it should look like, true or false in Python. So it looks like this. We won't talk too much about it right now, but true or false is a huge part of Python, and we'll see in our next classes. So that's it for this course, guys. I hope right now you know, well, until now, I think you should know the types of variables that exist and how you can implement variables in your programming. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python. So in this class, we are gonna talk about a very important thing, which are strings, and we are gonna talk about different manipulations that you guys can do with with strings. So as we talked in our last class, strings are simply text that if you want to add text to your code, when you are programming, strings are simply a way that you can add the text on your, let's say, on your code when you are programming something. And this is why it's very important to understand how we can work with them, what exactly we can do with them, and what are the different manipulations that we can do with them. So in this course, how I divided all this, we are gonna talk about the first thing, storing data in our variables. So storing strings in our variables, we are gonna talk about the string storage. After that, we're gonna talk about the storage and how we can manipulate it. After that, we are gonna talk about functions. So some different functions. There are hundreds of functions that exist for strings, but we are gonna talk about the most common ones. So in this case, if I'm not mistaken, we have 4 of them. And finally, we are gonna talk about a small little thing that you guys can do. Once again, you'll see this by the end of this class. So my goal right now is simply to present you what you can do with strings. Once again, it's gonna be some basic manipulations, but you guys will see it's gonna be really cool. So let's start. So the first thing I'll ask you guys to do is simply open up your PyCharm or any text editor that you guys use to be able to run Python. When it's all done, the first thing we will write down is simply a small sentence. So in this case, we'll write down print, let's say, I love pizza. So we will print I love pizza. And our goal right now, simply just run it. So as you can see, we have our string, which is I love pizza, and we have our small app that is printed right here. So our app, we asked Python to print I love pizza. But what you can also do, you can store this, instead of printing I love pizza, you can store this string into a variable. So let's say, for example, we want to create a variable that we will name sentence, and we want to store in it I love pizza. So we store I love pizza. All right, and we can run it. So as you can see, we have I love pizza first. So just create our second function. So in this case, we want to run. All right. So as you can see, in the first case scenario, we print I love pizza and we run I love pizza app. So the app is simply asking Python to run this text. In the second thing right here, so if we run it, in both cases, it's written I love pizza. But in the second part right here, what we ask Python to do is at first name sentence I love pizza. So we're gonna store in the variable sentence the data I love pizza, and then we ask Python to run this variable, which refers to I love pizza. So you get the difference. So instead of writing down the whole thing each and every time, we can simply store it into a variable and ask Python to run it right after that. All right, so we'll just delete the first part of the code. When it's all done, the next thing that we will talk about, so right now you understand the data storage. So even if we change the I love pizza, instead we write down I love pizza and let's say nachos, and we run our code, you can see that Python will still print our sentence, which is I love pizza and nachos. All right, so right now that you guys understand the first part, which is storing data into a variable, well, storing a string into a variable, we're gonna talk about the second part, which is, in this case, functions. So functions are a very important part in string manipulation, and we are gonna talk about some basic functions that we are gonna use for this course. So you'll see it's not that hard to understand. You can do some cool stuff with it. All right, so the first thing that we will talk about will be our first function, which will be the upper function. So in this case, what we want to do is simply take all the characters of this sentence, which is I love pizza, or of the string, and we want to put them all into upper characters. So how we will do this? It's very simple. We have right here our, what we ask Python to do, print, and we ask him to print sentence. So at the end of sentence, simply click on dot, and we'll write down our function. As I said, our function is the upper function. So you just write down upper, you open and close parentheses. And when you run the app, as you can see, Python printed I love pizza and nachos in upper cases because we asked Python to print our app in upper cases. All right, So when it's done, the next thing that I'll ask you guys to do is simply take some letters in, in complete randomness and put them in upper characters. When it's all done, right now what we'll see that Python, there is also a way for us to ask Python to put all this sentence in lower characters. In this case, how this will work, it's simply another function that we'll use. So how do we write this function? We will write it down the exact same way. So let's start from the beginning. We have our print sentence. So this is the code that we will ask Python to execute. We have our sentence. We'll write down dot, and then our second function will be lower. So lower, and you open and close parentheses. And then the next thing that you guys will do is simply run the app. So as you can see, I love pizza and nachos is in lowercase. All right, amazing. So right now you know how to put all the characters in your Python string in upper or lowercase. Right now, let's say that you guys want to verify if all characters are in lower character. So you can ask, there is a way that you can ask Python to verify this. So you can ask Python, is all the characters right here are lower characters? So how we will do this? Instead of writing lower, we simply will write down is lower. So this is also an app. So you simply write down print sentence dot is lower. So right now you'll ask Python if all those characters are in lower character. So we'll run the app, and as you can see, Python returned us false, which means that all the characters are not in lower cases. All right, but right now let's verify it if we put all the characters in lower cases. So how we'll do this? It's very simple. We'll have our right here print. So let's do it step by step. So we have our first part of the code, which is print sentence. We ask Python to print this part of the code. So the first thing we'll do, we'll put everything that is here in lower cases. How we'll do this? Simply write down sentence dot lower. So the first part is putting everything in lower cases. So we have our first part of the app. The second part will be asking Python if all the text in this string, in this variable, is in lowercase. So how we'll do this? We'll simply ask him is lower, and we open and close parentheses. So when it's all done, we run our app, and don't forget to add the double parentheses at both place. When it's all done, you can simply run your app, and as you can see, it returns the value true. So very simple. What exactly happened here? You printed sentence, then you asked Python to put everything that is in this variable in lower cases, and then you asked Python, is everything in lower cases in this variable? All right. So this is the first thing that we saw today. So right now you know how to put everything in lower or upper character and verify it. So as you can see, it's very simple to do. Then another function that we are gonna talk about is a function to calculate the length of a certain, let's say, string. So in this case, this is simply another function. It's very simple to use. So what we'll do, we'll write down once again our first part of the code, which is print sentence. We ask Python to print the variable sentence. So we'll just try if it works. Yes, it still works. Amazing. So right now what we'll do, we'll work with our second function. So it's the function length. So how do we write it down? Very simple. Print, then you write down len, and you open up your parentheses and you close it. So let me explain to you what exactly happens here. So you ask Python to print. So you ask Python to print you right here the length of this variable. So you get it, first part of the code, asking Python to return you the length of this variable. In this case, the length of this variable is 23, because we have 23 characters in I love pizza and nachos. And let's say we write down and tacos. So we run our code, and right now we have 33 characters in our sentence. So you get the point. All right, next thing that we want to do, right now you know how to calculate the length. So very simple. I'll repeat it once again. So you print the length of this variable. Very simple to understand it. Even if you change the length, well, Python will adapt and change the answer that it will give you. All right. The next function that we are gonna talk about, will be the function of replace. So let's say you want to replace a certain variable right here by something else. So in this case, how we'll do this? It's very simple. So we have our first part of the code, which is the string. So you simply write down print, you open up your parentheses, and you write down sentence, which is your string. All right, as I said, the next function will be the replace function. So simply click on dot replace, and you open up your parentheses. All right, so the first thing we'll have to do is write down the word that we want to replace. So in this case, the word that we want to replace will be pizza. Let's say it's pizza. So you open up your, two commas, and you write down pizza. So very important, you need to write down the same letters that are here. You can't use capital letters when it's not capital letters. When you choose the word, simply click on comma and write down the word by which you want to replace pizza. So let's say we want to replace pizza by hamburgers. And simply click on play. So as you can see, right now our app will return us I love hamburgers and nachos and tacos. Since we have our variable right here, and we ask Python to print all this. So very simple to use. As well, let me explain to you one more time. So you ask Python to print this variable in which you will replace the word pizza by the word hamburger. So as you can see, it's simply you're simply talking with the computer. So you ask him to replace things. So it's very, very simple to use. Another function that we will talk about, once again, it's a very simple function to use, is the index function. In this case, if let's say we are looking for a certain character, it will give us the number of the character. So let me just show you this real quick. So how we'll write this down? Very simple. We'll write down our first part of the function, which is, we will write down our first part of the code, which is print sentence. Then we click on index, so the index function, and let's say we are looking for the letter P. So in this case, we're looking for the letter P, and we play our code. Here we go. So as you can see, it's gonna be the seventh character. Yes, it's maybe not the seventh, but when you calculate with Python, you start to calculate with by the value 0. So in this case, we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And yes, you have to calculate the spaces also. So you don't start to calculate with 1, you start to calculate with 0. So this is the main difference between Python and let's say when you calculate by yourself. Python starts by 0. So the I right here will be 0, the space will be 1, the L 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the P will be 7. So let's say we are looking for the A, in this case the first A, and we run our app. It's gonna be the 11th character. So if we are looking for something, Python can simply, find it out. What's cool also is that we can look for complete words. Let's say we are looking for this end. So we are just write down our weird end, which is A, N in capital letters, and D in small letters. And Python will return the value 13, which is the value of will return the start, the beginning of our, let's say in this case, of our end, which starts at the value 13. All right, so after all this, you can simply delete all this. So another cool thing that I wanted to show you guys, it's gonna be the last thing that I'll show you, is let's say, for example, you have a sentence and you want to print, print a part of the sentence at on the first line and then at the second line. So let's write down print. And let's write down something, well, once again, I love pizza and nachos and tacos. All right, perfect. So right now, if we want to drop, well, if we run all this, we have our sentence, which is I love pizza and nachos and tacos. Right now, let's say we want to drop the first part of our sentence. We want to drop it here, and the second part lower, even lower. So how we'll do this is very simple. You simply have to draw this line and write a N. So when you run your code, you will have I love pizza and nachos. So let me just run it once again, as you can see. And let's say we want to do the exact same thing in the second part of our code. We can do it simply like this. So if we run the code, as you can see, it's right now running on 3 different lines. So each time that you want to ask Python to run a part of your code on another line, it's very simple. You simply have to put this symbol right here and the letter N. So it will simply run your code on a lower line. Alright, so right now you understand how you can manipulate strings and, well, some basic string manipulations. We talked about some functions right now. We talked about storing variables. Well, we talked about storing string in variables and how we can use it. So until now, you can just practice it and play with it. You'll see it's very cool to use. As I explained, there are hundreds of other functions that you can find on the internet with strings. If you guys are interested, I definitely suggest you to go on Google and look for those functions, and you can play with them also. They are not very hard to understand, and normally they are very easy to use. Sorry. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in the past class, we talked mostly about strings, how strings works, and well, what are strings. And in today's class, we are gonna talk about another type of data, which are numbers. So my goal today is to show you how works numbers, what exactly we can do with numbers on Pythons, and we are gonna talk about some basic Python functions and how to use them. We'll also integrate the numbers with the strings, since we didn't saw how to do it in our past class. All right, so let's begin. So before we start, you guys need to understand that in Python, to have access to, well, to all the math functions, you need to write a simple line of code. So this will give you access to all math functions. So simply write down from math import, and you write down this little star. When it's all done, you are able to write down, well, all the math functions that you want. And trust me, in Python, you have hundreds of different math functions. And my goal here is simply to show you, well, to give you an introduction to all this. So let's start. All right, so you have different type of numbers that exist, well, in everyday life as well. So you have complete numbers. So let's say 45 is a complete number. You have negative numbers, so minus 45, and you have numbers with the commas, so in this case 26.321. So those are the numbers that we will work with in Python. So the first thing that we are gonna do is make basic calculations. So in this case, we are gonna talk about addition, multiplication, division, and subtraction. So how all this works, very simple. So you start the same way. You write down print, you open up your parentheses, and let's say you want to do 10 plus 10. So you simply write it down like this, and you can run your code. So as you can see, the answer is 20. So Python gives you 20 as an answer. Same thing if, for example, you do 10 plus 10 multiplied by 3. So what's cool with Python is that it will respect the priority of operations. So it's like a calculator. For example, you do 10 plus 10. In this case, it's not going to do 20 multiplied by 3. It's going to multiply 3 by 10 at first, then do plus 10. So this will return us 40, which makes sense. But let's say, for example, I want to do 10 plus 10 at first. So I'll simply need to enter my parentheses. And then I run my app. So as you can see, my answer is 60. Alright, right now let's say I have more than one operation. So I have all those operations. I have addition, I have multiplication, I have division, and I have, let's say, subtraction. So I have all this. Very important, if you don't have the right amount of parentheses, Python will simply not run your app. So very important to have the right amount of parentheses. So as you can see right here is the answer to my calculation. So as I explained, Python is really a huge, well, it also can be used as a huge calculator, and you have access to all the mathematical formulas in it. All right, so this is to understand how to make basic calculations in Python. The next thing that we will, before we continue, just give you a small difference between numbers and strings, the way you'll write it down. So let's say you want to print a number. So you'll simply write down, well, let's say you want to print a string. So you'll write down print, open up your commas, and let's say you want to write down word. So just a word. You'll print it, and it's gonna return you word. If you want to print a number, you don't have to write down those commas right here. You just can write down your number. In this case, let's say it's 202. So as you can see right here, you have your number, which is 202. If you write down those commas, it's gonna work as well. But the only thing is, it will not be a number. And if it's not a number, well, it will simply not work as a calculation. So let's say I want to add this with 20. So it will not work, because in this case, you are trying to make an addition of a number with a string. So it's normal that it's not working. Even if this will give you the same answer as this. As you can see, it gives you the exact same thing, but this is a string, this is a number. So with this, you can't work, you can make addition, subtraction, and everything, and with this, it will work. All right, let's say right now we have a string. So in this case, let's say we have print, we have our, well, we have our sentence. So we have a small sentence, which will be, in this case, hello, my age is 25. So I have my sentence, just put it perfect. Right now, let's say I want to work with my 25. Let's say I want to store my 25 into a variable, which we will call age, and we will store 25 in this variable. And then what I want to do, I want to integrate my age right here. Let's say I write down age. So in this case, it's gonna look something like this. So what I just did, I have my text here and I added age. But since it's a string and a number, we'll have a error right here. It doesn't work. So how you can modify this? It's very simple. First of all, you can transform your variable right here, which is a number, into string. So let's say I want to transform it into a string. In this case, it will work. But let's say I want to keep it, I want to keep this as a number because I want to make calculations or whatever I want to do with it. So how I will do this? It's very simple. I will simply work with a function. In this case, this will be a function that will transform my age into my age, which is a number, into a string. So in this case, I will simply write down str. So str will be this function. And I simply close my parentheses when it's done. So when we play our app, it works. So it gives us, hello, my age is, and in this case, it's 25. So as you can see, it works perfectly. So this is a good way if you guys want to work with, let's say, a string, if you want to work with strings and numbers. So let's say, for example, I want to make calculations here. It's going to be 25 plus 10. And in this case, my age is 35. So here I have two numbers that works together. And I transform them into a string here. So I'll be able to work with strings and with a number that I transform in a string as well. So right now you understand how this works. So those are the basics. Next thing that we are gonna talk about will be functions that you guys can use with numbers. So let's say, for example, you have a small database of numbers. So let's say I will print, I have 1, 5, 6, 2, 9, 4, 30. So I have all those numbers. And from all those numbers, I want to find out which is the highest number. So what exactly I will use? I will use a function. I can use a function that will help me find out which is the highest number between all those numbers. In this case, it's gonna be the max function. So I just select all my numbers right here, and I click on run my app. And in this case, the number that is generated is 30. I can have any type of numbers right here. I can have I can have numbers that are negative numbers. I can have positive numbers. I can have any type of numbers, and it will still work. All right, so this is for the max function. This is a good way if you guys have a database of numbers and you want to find out the highest number or the highest number with the max function. Next function we are gonna talk about will be the min function, which is how to find out the smallest number possible. In this case, it is the min function. So as I said, the min function. What you want to do right now is simply write down min instead of writing down max, and you run your app. So as you can see here, your smallest number is -1. So even if your numbers are very complicated, so let's say you have 0.2136 and any other type of numbers, it will always find out the smallest number between all those numbers. So in this case, it doesn't work because here we go. Right now it will work. Right. So as you can see, we'll always find out the smallest number between all those numbers. So right now you understand how to find out the biggest and the smallest number. Let's say you want to do a more complex calculation that integrates, let's say, calculating powers. So let's say you want to do equal. So print 5. And you want 5 and 5 power 2. So in this case, it's gonna give you 25. So how do you calculate this? It's very simple. You have a function that will calculate, let's say, in this case, the power. And in this case, it will be, this is the power. So instead of doing this and this, and you run it, and it doesn't work. If you want to make this calculation, it's gonna be a function that will do it. It's the power function. And how do you calculate this? It's very simple. The first number that you will have that you want is, let's say, 5, and you want 5 in a power of 2, so you will multiply 5 by 5. So here we go, we have our 5 and we want to multiply 5 by 5. We run our function, and as you can see, it gives us 25 as an answer. Once again, we can make our other calculation. So let's say 55 divided by 36 plus the power of 5 by 2. And we run the app, and as you can see, it gives us the answer, and the answer makes sense. All right, so right now we know how to calculate all this. Let's say we want to add another function to our calculation. We want this number as a complete number. So we want it, in this case, we want, let's say, instead of having 26.44444, we want to have 26. So how exactly we'll do this? Once again, it's very, very simple. We'll simply add a round. So there is another function. So we will be able to calculate, well, not to calculate, but simply to generate the number, which is the closest number to, well, the closest complete number. So in this case, 26 will be the closest complete number. So it's very simple. It will be the round function. And you can run everything. So it gives us 26. So let me just explain what we just wrote. We ask we ask Python to run this calculation and to give us the round value. Well, we ask Python to print the round value of this calculation. In this case, we ask Python to print us only the complete number of this calculation. In this case, it's 26. So if, let's say, for example, right now we want a if we have, let's say, a negative number. So we'll just write down minus all this and we'll run our calculation. So as you can see, our answer will be minus 26. And let's say right now we want to have a positive number. So we still want our 26. We still want to have 26, but we have minus 26. So how do we do this? It's very simple. We have another function in Python that is called the ABS, which will calculate the absolute value of a certain number, which in this case will be the absolute value of minus 26. So how do we do this? Simply write down ABS, open up your parentheses, and you can close them. And we will run our calculation. And as you can see, you have 26. So let me just give you a small demo of what is the ABS function. So let's say you have minus 20 and you want to print, you want to have the absolute value of minus 20. It will simply give you the absolute value of minus 20. And let's say you print it. So as you can see here, you have 20, which is the absolute value of minus 20. So right here, we wrote down a bit complicated math calculation. But once again, it's not, well, when we go step by step, it's not that hard to understand. So right now, what we asked Python to do, we asked Python to print the absolute value of minus the round value of this calculation. In this case, as you can see, it integrates all the functions that we want together. Let's say right now we calculated the power of something, but let's say we want the square root of something. So in this case, we simply will write down print sqrt, and we want the square root of 25. It's gonna be 5. As you can see, it's down here, so we'll just delete the first part of our calculation. So once again, this is another math thing that you can do on Python. As I explained, you can do absolutely anything on Python that you can do on the calculator. All right, so let's talk about some more advanced math functions that you can have on Python. Once again, you have hundreds of them, but some that are very, very important. Well, not very important, but some that are commonly used, and just some basic ones that I found out on the internet and that I think will be interesting to show you guys that you can have on Python. And if you want to have some others that you want to use, you can just go on Google and write down Python math functions. You'll have, well, hundreds of them. So let me just show you some basics that exists on, well, that you can use. So the first one will be sale. This function is very simple. It will return you the smallest integral value greater than the number. So let's say, for example, I write down sale of, in this case, 23.99999. And I run it. So it's going to be 24. But if I write down 23.00001, it's going to be 24 as well, because we return, well, in this case, the highest value after 23. Even if it's 23 and an infinity of zeros, we will return 24. Well, not an infinity of zeros. Let's say enough zeros. Because if it's an infinity, it's going to be too much close to 23. All right, so the next question is, if let's say we want to do the reverse of the sale function, in this case, we want to return the greatest value. So in this, the first case, it was the smallest value. And in the next, want to return the greatest value. So it's going to be the floor function. So instead of sale, we'll write down floor. So as you can see, returns 23, even if the answer here, well, even if our basic number is 23.99999. As you can see, returns 23. Another way to calculate, well, we have the absolute value. If we want to calculate the factorial of something, that'll be another, well, that'll be the last function that we'll see today. The factorial of a function is simply a number, and you multiply all the smallest numbers of this number by until you reach this number. So let's say, for example, 5, the factorial value of 5 will be 1 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 3 by 4 by 5. Which in difference of the absolute value will be simply minus 10 will equal to 10. All right, so let's calculate the factorial of something. In this case, we'll simply write down print. We open up our parentheses and write down factorial. And let's say we don't want a big number at first. Let's say we just want the number 3. So in this case, the answer will simply be 6 because we did 1 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 3. But let's say we have a huge number, which will be, let's say 100, which is really, really huge for factorials. Well, in this case, it will generate us the answer. And as you can see, the answer is huge because we did 1 multiplied by 2 by 3 by 4 until 100. And we have our answer right here. The more the number is huge, the more the calculation is gonna take time. I'm not gonna make the calculation for a huge number. I don't want my Python to bug. But if you guys want to try at home, you can do it. Just don't write down too huge numbers because your computer will just freeze. So this is for the numbers part. So until now we saw all the we talked about all different types of numbers. We talked about how to make basic calculations in Python. We talked how to work with strings and numbers and how to store both of them together. So you should be able to do it on your own right now. We talked about some basic math functions. Once again, if you are interested to find some other math functions, you have simply go on Google and write down Python math functions, and you can have hundreds of them. Once again, I just used those as an example because I wrote down Python math functions, and I was able to, those were the most popular, and I just showed them as an example. But once again, if you want more advanced math functions, you can find them. At the end of the day is how you use them. It's not about the functions, but it's how you use them and what exactly you make with them. All right, so until now, you understand what are strings and what are numbers. So for this course, that's it, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python, the complete introduction. So until now we talked about what are strings, we talked about numbers, and today we are gonna talk about another aspect of programming that is very, very important. So normally when you go, let's say, on a website or anywhere, what's happening is that you interact with the website. So let's say you are looking at products and then you are interested by a certain product. So you click on the product and you go to pay the product. So the website will ask you questions. So let's say, for example, the website asks you for your name, your address, your method of payments, and everything. You enter all those. The website will send automatically a receipt to you and will send you a thank you message, and will send to the person who owns the website a message that someone bought their product. So how all this works behind the scene? Well, there is a way to reproduce all this on Python, and the most basic way to do it will be by using the input function. So the input function will simply allow another user to interact with our, let's say, app. So this way you'll ask, let's say you will be able to ask, basically in the most basic way, you'll be able to ask questions to your user. So let's look what all this looks like. So how do you write an input function? It's very simple. It's gonna be written like this. So it's just input, and you write down the text you write down what you want to ask from the person. So let's say, for example, we want to ask from the person what is their age. So what is your age? So it looks something like this. And if you want to print it, you simply write down print, and you print your function. All right, so as you can see here, we ask the person their age. The program is still running, so right now we'll answer, let's say the age of the person is 20 years old, and we click on enter. That's it. So the program is done, so process finished. The answer is 20. So in this case, we did something that is very, very simple. We printed up directly the input. But let's say we want to make it a bit, not more complicated, but a bit more cool. And instead of just printing what is your age, just printing this and then printing the answer, we want to put our input into a variable. So let's say in this case, we will put it in the variable age. So we'll say age equal, and in this case will be input, what is your age? All right. So right now we have this. So in this case, it's age. So our variable age is equal to the input, what is your age? All right. So what exactly do we want to print? So right now we have, let's say we want to print our age, so our variable age, and we run the app. So the exact same thing will appear here. Let's say write down 20, and that's it. The app ends like this. Let's say we want to make something, let's say we want to make it a bit more cooler. So we can write down my age is plus our variable age, and we can just run the app. What is your age? Write down 20, and as you can see, my age is 20. In this case, just here we go. And as you can see, my age is 20. So basically, we just asked a question to the person that is, let's say, in front of us. Right now, let's say we want to do it a bit more cool. So just to practice it, let's create, let's say, I don't know, ask a person what this person wants to eat. So in this case, we'll, eat, drink, and let's say ask the person their name, where they want to eat, and their age. All right. So first of all, we need to define our variables. So the first variable will be name. So we'll ask the person their name, so input, and the person will write down what is your name. The age of the person, so the second variable that we are gonna look at will be the age of the person. So once again, input, and write down what is your age. Third input, so in this case, food. In this case, we'll ask the person once again with an input. So what do you want to eat? And finally, our last question will be, what do you want to drink? So what do you, let's just call it drink. Drink, input, what do you want to drink? Right, so you get the point. Once again, it's very, very simple. Good. So right now, what exactly we want our app to print us? Because right now we have our variables, which are right here, name, age, food, drink. We want to print a, let's say, not a statement, but a basic sentence, which will say, hello, my name is. So just hello. So here we will have a string. So hello, my name is, and the first thing we want to do is a plus, and we want to add the variable name, and we continue our sentence. I am, this time we'll add the variable age. We continue our sentence. I want to eat. Here we continue our sentence. So we add food, our third variable. And I want to drink. And we add our last variable, which will be drink. Good. So right now we have our basic app, which will simply print what the person wants to eat and to drink. Well, what's the name of the person, the age of the person, what the person wants to eat and to drink. So very important, simply add those, well, if you want it to look good, Don't forget to add the space, because if not, you'll see everything will be too close. All right, great. So after that, simply click on play. So first question, what is your name? So in this case, let's say my name is, I don't know, Max. What is your age? I'm 35. What do you want to eat? Pizza. And finally, what do you want to drink? Cola. Hello, my name is Max. I am 35. I want to eat pizza. I want to drink cola. So as you can see here, we created a small app that will generate the name of the person, the age of the person, what the person wants to eat, and what the person wants to drink. All this with simply the function, all this simply with the input function. So once again, as I explained before, this allows us to talk with the person who is behind the app. So the person, the user, the person who will use the app. So once again, what I just saw you, this little app is the basic of the basic in Python and what you can do with the input function. You'll see the more we're gonna advance in this course, the more you will do cool stuff. And as I said, this is just the basic of the basic. You'll see with the input function, you can do a lot of very interesting things. And when you put everything, when we're gonna put everything that you guys will learn, you'll see you'll be able to do a lot of very, very cool stuff. So that's it for this class, guys. And I hope, well, right now, I suggest you to practice what you just saw. And see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So until now, we saw a lot of very interesting things. And we talked about strings, we talked about numbers, we talked about many, many things. So until now, you have a small base about programming. And in this course, we are going to put everything together. So this way we'll see, well, you will be able to see what you can do with all this knowledge. So once again, we are gonna create a small app just to put everything together. And we also will learn a new function that will be very important in our app creation. So basically, let me put you in context. We are going to create an app that will calculate the products that we are going to buy. So let's say, for example, we will buy in this case 3 products. Want to calculate the price of the product and the quantity. So want to know what is the price of each product. Want to ask our user, what is the price of each product that this user will buy from us, and what will be the quantity of each product that the user will buy from us. So let's say he will buy 5 products. The price of each product will be, in this case, $20, and the quantity will be 5. And then, well, in this case, once again. So how will we write this? So the app will be divided in some parts. So the first part is write down the variables that we will need to have. So as I said, we will need to know the price of our product. So we have the price of the product 1 and the quantity of the product 1. All right, so we have this, but as I said, we have 3 products. So we select those 3 lines and simply copy it and paste it. Then you simply write down product 2, quantity product 2. You can do the same thing for the 3rd product. And as you can see, we have our 3 products right here. So those will be the variables that we are going to use for this app that we are going to create. As you can see, it's until now, it's very simple. Right now, what we want to do, we want our user to answer a certain question. So we will need to ask him a question. So very simple. We'll write down input. So what exactly we are going to ask our user? What we'll ask him? What is the price of the product 1? So in this case, he will answer us what is the price of the product 1. And the second question will be, once again, input, since we are asking our user another question. So what will be the quantity bought? So what will be the quantity of the product 1? So until now we have our two questions. So you get the point. For the second and the third product, we'll do the exact same thing. So you can just copy everything right here, and you can paste it for the second product and for the third product as well. So simply copy it and paste everything. All right, when all this is done, so it should look something like this. Amazing. So right now we have our small database that is where we only have 6 things, so 6 products and quantities. Next thing that we want to do, we want to calculate the price and the quantity. But we have a problem. You'll understand it since right now we have our price, our quantity. But if we calculate the price, but if we multiply the price by the quantity, it's gonna give us an error. Because by default, Python generates a string as an answer. So for example, if right here I write down 5 as an answer, Python will generate 5 in a string, not as a number. And we can't make calculations with strings. We need to transform them into numbers. So how exactly we will do this? It's very simple. So let me just show you what it looks like at first. So we will have result product 1. So that will be our next variable. So the result of product 1. So it's gonna be price product 1. So in this case, the calculation will be price product 1 multiplied by quantity product 1. So very important, guys, you need to write the exact same thing that you wrote higher. So right now I had a mistake because here I had a mistake. So if you have a mistake or your code doesn't work, it's because you just did a mistake. All right. So right now you have your result for the first product. So let's look what our app looks like until now. So the price for the first product will be, let's say, 10, and the quantity of the first product will be, let's say, 2. For the other products, we don't need to make calculations, so we generate 0. So as you can see right now, we have an error. So why? As I explained, here we don't have those first variables. The answer is generated in a string, so this means it's generated as a text, and we can't make calculations with text. So what we need to do, we need to transform those variables into numbers. So just write 2 points to make it more beautiful. Right. So once again, the 2 points are just for better presentation. All right. So how exactly can we transform those strings, the strings that will be here, of those variables, into numbers? So it's very simple. We'll use a function that is called the float function. So simply write down float, and you can do it for the second variable as well. Great. So right now we have our float function in front of our quantity and our price product. So if we rerun the app, and once again we do the exact same thing, so 10, 2, and we'll write down 0 just because we don't have those calculations. So right now this will give us the answer. We forgot to print it, sorry. So we print our answer. So in this case, result product 1, and we can run it once again. So 10, 2, 0, 0, 0, and 0. So as you can see, the answer at the end is 20. All right. So you get the point. Very important to use the float function. So we have the result for the first product right now. We need to do the exact same thing for our two other products. So what we'll do, we'll simply copy and paste everything here and replace the number 1 by number 2 since we named our variables this way. So price product 2, and same thing, quantity product 2. So very important, you need to verify if your price is linked to the right product at first. So product 3, do the exact same thing. Great. And the same thing for product 3. So right now we have everything we need. We did our first step, which is asking the person for the informations, making our first calculation, and the second and last calculation that we need to do to be able to generate our result will be simply the addition of those 3 results. So the addition of result product 1, result product 2, and result product 3. So how exactly we'll do this? We'll write down the exact same thing. So result will be equal to, once again, result product 1 plus result product 2 plus result product 3. So as you can see right now, we have our complete calculation. So what we want to do right now, we want to print our result. So that's exactly what we'll do. So we are going to print our result. Great. So we just run the app. So the price for the first product, let's say it's going to be $3.99. The price for the second product, let's say it's going to be 25. The quantity, sorry, the price for the second product will be 4.67. The quantity will be 2. The price of the third product will be, let's say, 9.85, and the quantity will be 6. And at the end, as you can see, the final price is $168.19. So as you can see right now, we have everything that we need. If we want to transform our result into a string, it's possible. We simply can write down str, and this will automatically transform our result into a string. If, for example, we want to make something that is more cool, let's say, for example, we can write down your final price is something like this. And since you can't work with numbers and strings, you need to transform your result into a string. So you simply write down str, and it should give you the right result. So in this case, we can write down what is the price of the product. Let's say 12, quantity 3, 10. So you just enter random numbers to see if it works. So we are testing the app. And as you can see, your final price is $156. So just add a little space right here. So as you can see right now, we put it in application, everything that we learned in the past courses. And we created a small app that is able to calculate our groceries or just our products. So if you guys don't understand this, let me just summarize everything that we did. So you'll see it's going to be very, very easy. So the first step, we created our products and our quantity. So we created our variables, and we asked our user to enter the price for each of them and the quantity of each of them. So when the user is entering all this, the second step that we need to take is calculate all this. So how exactly we'll calculate it? Very simple. So the result of the first product, we find out the result of the first product, the result for the second product, and the results for the third product. So this is the first calculation that we will do. When this calculation is done, we still need to do another calculation, which will be to find out the final result. And in this case, the final result is simply the result 2 plus the result 1 plus the result 2 plus the result 3. So this is our final calculation. And at the end, what exactly we want to print to our user. So what exactly we want our user to see? We want our user to see this. So this is our answer. So we want our user to see your final price is result. And why exactly we wrote string here? It's because if we don't write str, our final result will be in numbers. And we can't work with string and numbers at the same, let's say, in the same sentence or in the same line of code. So it's very important for you guys to transform this, the number into a string. So I hope until now you understand everything. So as you can see, we built up our first small and basic app. And yeah, it's not something that is that hard. So as you can see, Python is not very, very hard. It's just a question of practice. So I hope you guys liked it. And that's it for this class, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in our last class, we practiced a little bit what we have just learned until now. And this class, we are gonna do the same thing. So we will create another Python app, this time a bit more complicated, but just using the notions that we learned until now. So we are not gonna add nothing new. We're just gonna use the notions that we learned until now. So it's gonna be very cool. My goal today, well, the objective of this new app that we are gonna do today is very simple. So we will have 3 persons, which will have, each of them will have a name. Those 3 persons will buy a pizza, and we want to know how many slices each person ate of the pizza. And depending on the number of slices that each person ate, we'll find out how much each person will pay. So we'll write down the code for all this, and we will go step by step. I'll explain you how all this will work. So let's start. So the first thing I'll ask you guys to do is, like always, open up your text editor and go into your project 1. So as I said, the first thing that we want in this app is our user to give us his name, his or her name, depending if it's a girl or a boy. So what we'll ask him to enter his name. So we'll simply enter name 1 in this case. And what we want, as I said, we want the user to give us his name. So we'll write down input. That's the function that will allow us to ask the user for his name. So in this case, we ask the user for something. So write down input, and the user will simply give us his name. So you write down input. Open up your parentheses and ask the user what is your name. So that's very simple. We did this for our first user. So we will simply copy everything and paste it. So we have name 1, name 2, name 3. As I said, we have 3 users. So very simple. We simply copy and paste everything. All right. So this is for our, well, the first data that we need to collect, our names. So in this case, we have strings. And the next thing that we want, as I explained, we want to know, if we want to find out how many slices each person ate, we need to find out at first how many slices the pizza have. So what we will ask our user is how many slices the pizza have. So we can write down slices in the pizza. So once again, we ask our user how many slices is there in the pizza. So don't forget your input function, and you ask your user how many slices in the pizza. All right. So right now that we know the number of slices in the pizza, we want to know what is the price paid for the whole pizza. So what is the price paid for all the pizza? So in this case, if the pizza costs $10 and one user ate only 1 slice of, well, if the pizza costs $10 and there is 10 slices and the first user only ate 1 slice, this means the first user will have to pay $1. So we'll do it this way. So as I said, the next question is, what is the price of the pizza. So we have number of slice, we have the price. So once again, simply write down input, and we ask our user, what is the price of the pizza? Great. So we have our first data right here. We have the names. We know how many slices there is in the pizza. We know what is the total price of the pizza. What we need to know right now is how much each person ate. So in the first case, how much of the pizza, of the whole pizza, the first person ate. So let's say the first person ate 50% of the whole pizza. We'll ask the person how many parts, or how many, let's say, what percentage of the pizza have you ate. So once again, we need to put this into our code. So how we'll write it down is very simple. We'll write down percentage ate by person 1. So in this case, we have our variable percentage ate by person 1. We can name it like this. If you want to make something shorter, well, you can. So once again, we'll ask our user what percentage he ate from the pizza. So we'll once again write down input. So we will use our variable name1 as a reference, because we are talking to the name1, so the first user. In this case, we are talking to this person. So we'll write down name1, and we'll ask this person what part of the pizza, what percentage of the pizza you have ate. So once again, why I use this variable right here, as I explained, when we'll print everything, and when we will ask our question to this person, to the person that I have name1. We want to name this person, so we want to ask this person. So to ask this person and to know her name or his name, we need to refer to name1. So in this case, this variable, we need to refer to this variable. So we do this for the person number 1. The next thing that we need to do, we do the exact same thing for the person number 2 and the person number 3. So you can simply copy and paste everything. And when it's all done, you simply change the variables. So the numbers. So in this case, we have person 1. Here we'll have person 2. Here we'll have person 3. Same thing for the names. So you have name number 2 and name number 3. So I hope you follow until now and you understand what we are doing. So let me just summarize what we did until now, since it's not done. We have our first variable, which is name 1, 2, 3. We named our users. After that, we find out the total number of slices in the pizza, the price of the pizza. And right now we are looking at what percentage of the pizza each person ate. So very simple. That's the data that the people will have to give us. So we will be able to calculate everything. Good. So we have all the data that we need. Now we need to make the calculation to be able to answer to our questions. In this case, what are the questions that we want to answer to? The first one will be how many slices each person have ate. And the second question is what price each person paid for the pizza. So to find out, so we'll write down number of slices. This will be the first thing that we will look for. Ate by person 1. So this will be our variable that we will use. So the calculation to find out the number of slices by the first person is very simple. We simply multiply the percentage of the pizza that the person have ate. So in this case, if the person have ate 50% of the pizza, we'll multiply 50% by the number of slices there is in the pizza. So in this case, if there is 20 slices and the person ate 50% of the pizza, we will have the person number 1 will have ate 10 slices. So that's very simple. So how do we calculate this? We want to multiply right here the percentage ate by person number 1 by the number of slices. But very important, since all the data is stored in strings, the first thing we have to do is to transform this data into numbers to be able to make the calculation. So we will use the float function for this, if you guys remember. So the float function is really used to transform strings into numbers, and the function str is used to transform numbers into strings, because we can't work with strings and numbers at the same place. So both data will not work together. So we'll write down float and simply go and look for our first variable, which is percentage 8 by person number 1. So here we go, we have this, and the calculation will be percentage 8 by person number 1 multiplied by, once again, float, because we want to transform our slices in the pizza into a number. Right now it's a string, so we'll write down float, and we'll write down slices in the pizza. So this is our first calculation that we want to do. So this calculation will help us find out the number of slices that the person number 1 have 8. So when we have this, we need to find out the same thing for the person number 2 as well as the person number 3. So simply copy and paste everything, and then you can just change the data. So we have number of slices 8 by person number 2 and person number 3. So you can just change the numbers. The slices in the pizza stayed the same, like always. So when it's all done, right now we have the calculation that will help us find out the number of slices that each person ate. The next question that we will ask ourselves is, what is the price paid for by each person? So in this case, let's say each person if a person have 10 slices of a pizza of 20 slices, and the price of the pizza is $20. Well, the person will need to pay $10 because each slice cost $1. So there is more than one way to find out this answer, but the way that we are gonna use, we'll simply multiply the price of the pizza, the percentage of the pizza ate by the person number 1 by the price of the pizza. So if the person number 1 have ate 50% of the pizza, person number 1 will pay 50% of the price. So how do we do this? Very simple. We'll create another variable that we will name price paid by, let's say, number 1. So in this case, name 1. Let's say name 1. Price paid by name 1. And we write down this. So as I said, the calculation will be the percentage of the pizza ate by person number 1 by the price of the pizza, multiplied by the price of the pizza. So once again, we'll use our float function, and we'll simply multiply, as I said, percentage. So in this case, we will we'll refer to the variable percentage ate by person 1, and all this multiplied by, once again, the float function, the price of the pizza. So as you can see, this is the calculation. So this calculation will help us find the price paid by the person number 1. So when it's all done, it's very simple. We simply come back here and we copy and paste everything. And then the next thing that we will have to do is just change the numbers. So in this case, we just change the name 1 by name 2. And same thing for the percentage 8 by each person. So as you can see, it refers to this percentage and to this percentage as well. All right. So right now we have all the calculation that we need for our app to work. So the next thing that we will need to do is print everything. So what exactly the person will have as an output. So those are our inputs. This is the inputs. That's what we ask from the person. This is what the app will do like a calculation. So that's the calculation part. That's the first part. That's the second part. And the last thing is what will be the output of all this. So very simple. What we'll print will be that person number 1 have ate a certain number of slices and have paid a certain price for his meal or her meal. So let's write it down. So name number 1, in this case, have ate. So you open up your small commas and write down have ate. Don't forget to add spaces, because in the other case you'll see it's not gonna be very, very beautiful. Then the next thing, have 8 number of slices. So the number of slices in this case is a number. So we need to transform this number into a string if we want our app to work. So simply write down str, so the function str, and we ask for the number of slices, 8 by person number 1. So as you can see, the name, so the person number 1 in this case, have 8, a certain number of slices. Then we continue our function, our output. So have 8 this number of slices, and have paid how much. So in this case, we'll do the exact same thing. We'll return the string of the price paid by the person number 1. So we'll go and look for the variable price paid by name 1, and we continue dollars for his meal. All right, so let's put everything together. Let's decorticate everything. So what is our output? In this case, the output says name number 1, so this variable, which will be our first name, have 8. This will be the number of slices that the person number 1 have 8, so we need this answer. And have paid, right now we have our second have paid. This is the price that the person have paid. So in this case, we'll return this variable right here. And this is just string, so this is just text, dollars for his meal. So as I said, very important, don't forget guys to add the spaces because in the other case, it's not gonna be very beautiful to look at. All right, so until now we have everything that we need. We have the output for the person number 1. So what we need to do right now, we need to write the same output for the person number 2 and the person number 3. So how we will do this, how we always do, I will simply copy and paste everything in the next sentence, in the next line of code. So very simple, simply select everything that you have here and you paste it on the lower line of code. All right, so when it's done, simply change the numbers. So in this case, name will be name 2 and name 3. And the number of slices 8 by each person. In this case, person number 2, person number 3. Same thing for the price paid for each person, by each person, sorry. Here we go. So right now we have the whole code completed for our app. Let's run everything and see what it all looks like. So in this case, if you want to run everything, simply click on run. So the app asks us, what's your name? In this case, let's say it's Mark. So name number 1 will be Mark. Name number 2 will be, let's just fix one little thing before we continue. So just add 2 points so it will be more beautiful when you write down the names. Once again, it's not an obligation. If you just want to run the app right now, you can run it. It will still work. But just to make it more beautiful, you can add the 2 points. All right. Great. Let's rerun the app once again. Good. So what is your name? Once again, as I said, it's Mark. The second name, let's say it's gonna be John. And the last name will be, let's say, I don't know, Aline. Here we go. How many slices in the pizza? So let's say in the pizza we had 15 slices. Let's say 16. What is the price of the pizza? In this case, let's say the pizza have costed $40. What percentage of the pizza you have ate? So in this case, Mark, we forgot to add a space. So once again, as you can see, it's not beautiful when you don't add a space, but you can just add spaces. So it's not a big deal. The app will still work. So what percentage of the pizza you have ate? So Mark have ate 50%. So we will not write down 50% like this. We'll write down 50% like this, 0.5. This way Python will be able to calculate everything. John, what percentage of the pizza have you ate? So John have ate 25%. So we'll write down 0.25. And Aline, what percentage of the pizza have you ate? We'll write down 0.25. So once again, 25%. Then we'll simply click on enter. And as you can see, this is our output. So Mark have eight slices and have paid $20 for his meal. John have ate 4 slices and have paid $10 for his meal. And Aline have ate 4 slices and have paid $10 for her meal, in this case, her meal. So as you can see, the app works perfectly. Everything is amazing. If you want to make it more perfect and you want to change some things, you can just play with the text. Maybe, for example, right here in this place, Mark, instead of, as you can see, it's together. What you can do is simply add some spaces. So it's just a question of spaces, and you'll see everything will be more beautiful and more presentable. Same thing, for example, right here when you guys. Well, that's it, honestly. Oh yeah, that's it. Right here, for example, Aline, since it's a girl, you can write down for his, her. So let me just show you. You can write it down like this. So his, her meal. And that's it. So the app will so right now the app works perfectly. The only little fixes that you can do, well, I just showed you what you can do as a fix. So right now, guys, we just put everything together, what we have learned, into practice. So I hope you like the course so far. So as you can see, programming in Python is not that hard. So we created a code that is a bit more complex, but just with the things that we learned until now, no new functions. All right, so that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in today's class, we are gonna talk about something very simple that you guys can do to be able to, well, to upgrade your programming career. Let's say it this way. So it's very simple. Today's topic will be about comments. So commenting a project, or how exactly you can comment a project, or what exactly is a comment in Python. So very simple. Let's write down a simple line of code. Let's say write down print something. As you can see, we have our line of code here. This line of code asks Python to print this element, which is something. So if we run our line of code, Python will print something. But let's say I have lots of lines of code, and I want to describe each line or each function, what exactly it will be used for, or this line of code will be used for what, without necessarily printing those elements. So for example, I want to describe this line of code. So it's very simple. The way I'll describe it, I'll simply use hashtags. So hashtags will give me the possibility to write down comments on my line of code. So let's say, for example, here I have print something. So let's say I want to explain what it does. So something will be printed. So as you can see, this is a comment. And if I run my app, the only thing that will be printed is something, because this is just used as a comment. Let's say, for example, I have other lines of code. So print, let's say 1 plus 1, right? So it gives us 2. So in this case, let's say I want to describe this place. So I'll simply use a hashtag and I'll say this is an addition. So as you can see, I'm able to describe each line of code that I want to describe without necessarily printing it. So even if I rerun my app, I'll be able to describe it. I can put comments anywhere I want. So comments are really here to help you understand what is your code. So let's say, for example, you want to describe, as I said, a part of your code or a line of code. Well, you're gonna use comments, and the official way to use it is by using hashtags. So very simple, you write down hashtag, you write down your comment. So this is a comment, and that's it. This will be everything that will come after the hashtag will be a comment. So in this case, you write down your code here. So whatever you want to write down. So print X, and whatever comes after the hashtag will be a comment on this line of code. Of course, if you write down something, it's gonna be considered as code. But as soon as you write down the hashtag, it's gonna be a comment. So as you can see, guys, it's very simple to use, and it can be very useful when you guys have huge applications and when you need to write down a lot of codes. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python. So we talked about many things until now, and today we are gonna learn another thing that will be very useful in Python programming. So what we are gonna talk about today are functions. So basically functions are just a simplified way to write down your code. So we will start by learning how we can write functions. So basically functions will always start with a def. So when you write down def, this means you are starting a function. So you are creating your own function. Then you write down the name of your function. So let's say, for example, your function will say you love something. So write down, I don't know, you can name your function, let's say love. You'll say what exactly you love. Then you open up your parentheses, and inside your parentheses, you'll write down the element that will be used in your function. So in this case, we will say name. So the parameter will be name. Then, when it's all done, you write down 2 points. After that, you write down what you want to put in your function. So let's say you want to print the name I love, and then you add name. So in this case, your function is very basic. It's something that is very basic. You have the function, which is love. You have name, which will be the parameter used, and your function's output will be print I love plus your name. So in this case, name. So if we run our function, so how do we run functions? You can't just click here, it's not gonna work. To run your function, you need to write down your function's name, so love, and in this case your parameter is name, so you simply have to change it. In this case, name, let's say, will be pizza. So since it's a string, you write it down like this, and then you can run it. So you run your function, and as you can see, it's written down I love pizza. So what it does, it simply will help you only write down the code once, and then you can run your function as many times as you want. So right here, it's something very simple. Once again, it's only 2 lines. Well, it's 1 line of code. It's the function plus 1 line of code. So what's happening in the function is you write down print I love name. All right. So my goal in this course is really to show you how you can use functions and do something very cool with them. So what I propose you today is to write down a monologue between 2 persons. So you will have one person that is ordering food. You will have another person who will tell what type of food this person wants. And you will have the person number 1 who will answer to this person, thank you. So we'll use only functions to create all this. So we'll create 3 functions in this case. We'll have person 1 and person 2. So let's start. So the first thing we want to create right now will be the first function. So the function for the person number 1. So the first thing we are writing down will be def. So this is how we start the creation of a function. So we write down def. Then let's say pers1. So in this case, per1. This will be our person. So in this case, per1. And we write down the name because the only parameter that we will need will be the name. We write down 2 points. And what exactly the person 1 will say? The person 1 will only say, the person 1 will only say, hello, how can I help you? So it will look something like this. So you print, we'll have the name of the person. So in this case, name plus 2 points, because once again, it's a monologue. And you will write down, hello, how can I help you? All right. So we have all this. So let me just run this small line of code and show you what it looks like. So we have our per1. And in this case, let's say the name will be cashier, because the person is the cashier. So we'll simply write this down. All right, when it's all ready, we run the app. So as you can see, the cashier, 2 points, said, hello, how can I help you? So that's the monologue. So we have our person number 1 who is saying, hello, how can I help you? All right, so we can delete this. Right now, what we want to do, we will create the person number 2. So the person number 2 will say what she wants or he wants to eat. So the way I want to make it, a bit more complicated so you guys can practice and you will be able to, well, in this case, understand a bit more what you can do with the functions. So I decided to make it more complicated. We are gonna use inputs. So once again, it's not that complicated, but you'll see it's gonna be more cool. So in this case, we are gonna use inputs since we are gonna ask our user to tell us what he wants to eat. So let's write it down. So the first thing we are starting our function with will be the def. Then we'll write down person, in this case 2, and the first line, because the person number 2 talks only once. All right, so what exactly this person will say? So this person will say the food that he or she wants, the drink, the dessert, and her or his name. Right, so those are the parameters that will be used in this function. So we have 4 parameters, and that's what we will use. All right, next thing, we start with our name, since we want our user to tell us his name. So the user will tell us what he wants to eat. So in this case, we simply write down name equal, and we write down input. So once again, the input function, as we saw it before, is a way to ask our user to give us a certain answer. So we ask him a question, and the user gives us an answer. So in this case, we write down input, and we ask our user, what is your name? So very simple, the user answers. And next thing, we'll want to ask the user, what food you want to eat? So in this case, we'll call this variable food. So as you can see, I'm storing variables in my function, sorry. So I have food. In this case, we'll ask our user, what type of food you want to eat? So input, and we'll ask our user, what do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? All right, so the user will answer us. Next thing, we'll ask the user what type of drink he wants. So we'll name this variable drink. So as you can see, drink would be linked with drink. With the drink right here will be linked with drink right here. And we'll ask our user, so we'll write down input, and we'll ask our user what exactly he wants to drink. All right. What do you want to drink? Great. Finally, the next thing, we'll ask our user what type of dessert you want. So dessert. And once again, we'll do the same thing. So input. What dessert do you want? There we go. So right now the person will answer those questions. So what is your name, what you want to eat, what you want to drink, and finally, what dessert do you want? So those are the questions we are asking our user. The last thing that we want to do in our function is print something. So what it will be the output of this function. So when we have all those answers to all these questions. So right now we'll write down the output. So in this case, we'll write down the monologue of this person. So once again, we will start with name. So since we need the name of the person, we'll write down plus, and we open up the small commas up there. 2 points, since we wanna have the name of the person, then 2 points. And the person will say, I would like the food that the person wants. So plus, in this case, food. Then we continue our sentence. I want to drink. So in this case, I want to drink. What the person want to drink? It's the person wants to drink the variable drink. Next, plus. I want. So in this case, the last variable that we will use will be dessert. I want desert, the variable desert, as a desert. So we simply open up the parentheses right here, write down as a desert. Here we go. So what we have now, we have our output of our function right here. What's cool also with when you have inputs right there, you don't need to write down the elements that are here. So for example, in this case, we would need to write down def. So let me just show you what it will look like. So when we print this function, so when we print the function right here, we'll need to name our element. So in this case, sorry, write down per1, so person1, and we'll need to print this element right here. So we'll need to give a name to the name. So in this case, the name can be Jack. But in the case of the function right here, since we are asking our user to give us those parameters, we don't need to name them. And even if we name them, well, what's going to happen is that Python will use the inputs instead of using our parameters that we wrote, or our elements. All right, so until now we have our two first monologues. The last one will be very easy. So once again, it's gonna be again the person number 2. So in this case, the person number 1, sorry. So in this case, we'll write down def person number 1, and the second monologue, so person number 1, 2. So in this case, we just need the name of the person, so we'll write down name, and the person will say print. So the name of the person, because we want to know who is talking, plus we open up our small commas, 2 points, thank you. That's it. All right, so right now we have all our functions. We can close them. So we have created our functions. The first thing that we want to do is very simple. Right now we want to write down our code. So in this case, what we want to do, as I said, we want to write it down. So how exactly we write it down? We'll simply write down our first person. So in this case, pers, 2 points, 1. So this will be our first person who will talk. So in this case, pers1. Let's say the name of the pers1 is, as I said, cashier. Then here we go. Then the second person who will talk will be the person number 2. So in this case, person 2, 1. And in this case, we don't need to name all those variables. We can say we can just write the exact same thing. So we can just copy and paste this. So just write down food. Then we'll write down drink. We'll write down dessert. In this case, dessert. And name. So those are the 4 variables that were the 4 elements that are in our function. And finally, we have the person number 1 and 2. So in this case, it's once again the cashier. Here we have to name our variable, so cashier. All right, so right now we have everything that we need, and the only thing that is left to do will be to run our function. So we have our cashier who says, hello, how can I help you? So you answer, what is your name? You say, in this case, my name is, let's say, John. What do you want to eat? I want to eat pizza. I want to drink soda. And what dessert I want? I want cake. So as you can see here, we have John. I would like pizza. I want to drink soda. I want a cake as a dessert. And the cashier says, thank you. So as you can see, we have our monologue that is created. And as you can see, it's very, very simple. We created our functions right here. All right, right now, if we change the order, so for example, if we put the person number 2, 1 right here, well, the person number 2 starts the monologue, we will have the person number 2 that will have this function at first. So we'll have our function right here if, for example, we instead take it like this and write it and put it there. So this would not make sense, because in our monologue, this is the second thing that the person needs to say. So we have, this is the first thing, this is the second thing, this is the third thing. So in our monologue, it will not work. But let's say, for example, you want to work with let's say you have your functions, and you need to start with this function, then this function, then this function, or this at first, then this, then this. Well, in this case, you can do it. You can simply change the order. So the way you will change the order, let's say we want to start with this one right here. We'll write down so person number 1, so the function number 3. As you can see, we start with this one. So once again, here we'll say cashier. And then we can go to the person number 1, and then, well, to the function number 1, and come back to the function number 2. So you decide of the order that you want to use your functions. So as I explained, functions are simply a way for you guys to store, not to store information, but to store, let's say, a certain calculation or whatever you want to store in it. What's cool also with functions, that you can store anything you want. You can have variables in them, you can have strings, you can have boolean, you can have numbers, and you can use them for absolutely everything. So let's say you want to write down a line of code that you know that you will reuse. Instead of writing down a huge code right here and copy it and paste it everywhere, you can just write down the function and reuse simply this function. So right now you understand what is the concept of functions and how exactly they can help you. We'll see later in the course some more cool stuff that we can do with functions. But until now, you know that they exist, and they're just a good way to store information and calculations in them. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python. So we saw a lot of things in this course, and since right now we are talking about functions, a thing that I think is very, very important about functions will be the return statement. And for me, this is something that is very important. So what is exactly the return statement, and how exactly can it work in functions? Well, it's very simple. The return statement is simply a statement that is used to end the execution of a certain function. So what does this mean? This means when you run the return statement, everything that is after it will not be taken into consideration and will not be printed in our function. So let's say, for example, you want to end up a certain function at a certain place. You simply enter your return statement and your function will end up at this particular place. This works for strings, this works for numbers, this works for boolean, it works for absolutely everything. So let me show you a quick example. So let's say we write down a simple function. So in this case, it will be a calculation function. So let's say we have our calculation, and we'll have our elements that will be A, B, C. Great. So next thing that we want to do, we'll write down our calculation. So let's say we want Python to print some outcomes. So in this case, we'll have A plus B plus C. We want to print A minus B minus C. A multiplied by B and divided by C. Good. So right now our app is consisted of 3 lines of code, and if we run our app, in this case, let's run it. So calculation. Let's name our variables 1, 2, and 3, and let's run our app. So when we run our app, as you can see, the answer will be 6 minus 4 and 0.66666. Alright, so let's say, for example, we don't need those 2 lines of code, right? Well, we don't need the last line of code. We just need the 2 first lines. So what we will do, it's very simple. We will go at the second line and simply write down our return statement right here. So as you can see, we have our 3rd line of code, but everything will stop right there. So we can run our app, and as you can see, this will be our answer. If we add, for example, a string, let's say print this is a calculation. So if we add a string, as you can see right there, and we run our app, it's gonna still work. But if we add a string after the return calculation, the return statement, sorry. So in this case, let's say we write down something and we run our app. As you can see, it still returns us only the first part of the statement. So in this case, so the return statement, as I explained, is very, very useful in the case if you want to, for example, stop a function at a certain place. So if, for example, you need only a certain part of a certain function at a certain place, well, you can stop your function at a certain place. For example, it's a long calculation. That is, your function is a long calculation of many steps. So let's say, for example, you want to stop your calculation at the second step. Well, you can just put your return statement at the end of the second step, and that's it. It will not run what's coming after. So in this case, here we have our two steps. So the first step will be to print a plus b plus c. The second step will be printing this is a calculation. Third step will be printing a minus b minus c. And this is where we will stop our calculation. So everything after this statement will disappear. So will not disappear, but will not be used in our function. So as you can see, it's something that is very, very useful in the case that if you want to, for example, cut your functions at certain places. There are other things that you can, there are other utilities to the return statement, but once again, this is the main one, and this is the most important one. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python, the complete introduction. Until now, we saw many things that can be used for you guys to create your own programs. And today we are going to talk about another very important thing about Python. So we are going to talk about the if statement, which is something that is very, very important for you guys to understand if you want to create your own application. So what exactly we are going to talk about in this course in the next class? Well, it's very simple. In this class, we are going to talk principally about what is the if statement, how it works. We are going to talk about Boolean variables, since those are very important for you guys to be able to use the if statement, because without Boolean, you are not able to work with the if statement. And we are going to talk about everything that is around the if statement. So we are going to talk about the or, and, elif, and not. So we are going to create some small apps around all this, so you guys will be able to understand what is it exactly and how it works. All right. So before we start in this subject, we have to understand what is a Boolean variable. In this case, a Boolean variable is simply a variable, a Boolean data type, Boolean data type is simply a data type that will have true or false in it. So basically we have strings that are text, we have numbers that are, numbers, and finally Boolean, which are true or false. So for you guys to understand, let me write down a variable and store a Boolean data type in it. So in this case, let's say I'll write down I want to eat, and I store the value true. So in this case, what Python understands that this data type, which is I want to eat, is equal to true. So I want to eat, technically, yes, I want to eat. So this is true. In the other case, let's say, for example, I want to drink. I want to drink. This is another variable that we created. In this case, let's say it's false. So what Python understands that this variable is true. So he will return a value in consequence of this. And that is false. So he will return something based on this answer. So how works the if statement? So how does it work? It's very simple. Let's say something happens to you. So let's say a situation happens to you, or you are creating something and you expect a certain outcome. So you will ask yourself this question: if this outcome appears, I want this to happen. If it doesn't appear, I want something else to happen. So this is exactly what Python will do, and this is exactly what we'll do with our if statement. We can, for example, add some other things. If this happens or this happens, I want this outcome. Or if this happened and this happened, I want this type of outcome. So that's exactly what we are going to do in this class. All right, so let's start this right now. So So the first thing I'll ask you guys to do is simply write down if. So when you wrote down if, what we will want to do is write down our variable. In this case, it's gonna be I want to eat. So if I want to eat is true, so in this case, Python verifies automatically. So that's the way that we will ask ourselves if it's true. I want to print, let's have a pizza. So in this case, let's have a pizza. And if we run the app, well, as you can see, Python returns let's have a pizza. So this is the condition. The condition is if I want to eat, well, Python will return let's have a pizza. So if, for example, here we write down false instead of true, write down false, and we run our app, as you can see, nothing will appear because something will appear only if we have a true value here. All right, let's say we want something to happen in the case that this is not true. So in the case that this is true, I will return let's have a pizza, but in the case that this is not true, I want something to happen. So what exactly I do? It's very simple. I'll write down else, and I will write down what I want to print. So otherwise, I want to return I'm good. So in this case, I'll write down I'm good. And if I run my app, well, it's gonna print I'm good. So let's say I want to eat, let's have some pizza. And if I don't want to eat, I will return I'm good. So once again, as you can see, this is a way that we can use our if statement. All right, so another way that you guys can use it will be, for example, with if and. So in this case, Python will verify two or three or an infinity of variables before giving, well, the answer. So in this case, let's say, for example, if I want to eat and I want to drink are true. So in this case, I want to drink are true. So both of those variables are true. This means that I want to return let's have a pizza and let's say a drink. So what Python will do, Python will verify, first of all, is it true? If yes, he will verify is this variable true? If it's both of them are true, Python will print this. If not, Python will print I'm good. So let's verify it. Let's write down true here, just for you guys to understand. And we run our app. So in this case, Python returns I'm good because this is true, but this is false. But if both of those variables are true, so in this case, write down true and true. As you can see, Python will return let's have a pizza, a drink, and a drink. So we rerun the app. As you can see, Python will write it down here. Let's have a pizza and drink. All right, so right now that you guys understand this, next thing that we want to do is work with the if and the or. So in this case, Python will verify if one of those variables is true. So what we want to do is we'll write down right here. Instead of writing down and, we'll write down or. So if I want to eat or I want to drink, I want Python to return let's go to the restaurant. And we run the app. So in this case, as you can see, both are true. So Python will return let's go to the restaurant. If only one of those is true, so as you can see, if one of those is true and we run our app, Python will still return let's go to the restaurant since we have used the or right here, the or statement. So if we change it by and, it's not gonna work because we don't have both of them that are respected. But if we only write down or, it's gonna work because one of those variables is equal to true, and this is what we ask Python to verify. All right. Right now that we understand all those things, the next thing that we are gonna ask ourselves is if, for example, we want to verify another statement. So in this case, let's say, for example, we have I want to drink. And let's say it's false. If it's false, let's say I want Python to verify something else. So in this case, I want Python to verify if I want to drink. So in this case, Python verified if I want to eat, and it's false. So let's say right now, I want Python to verify if I want to drink. So how exactly I will add a if statement in an if statement that already exists? So it's very simple. I will use the elif. So in this case, elif, when I use the elif in an if statement, it's simply I add a if statement inside of another if statement. So let's say this value is false. So I will use the elif. And in this case, I will write down my function. So I want to drink. And I verify if I want to drink. So if yes, I want to drink, what I will do, I will simply print let's have a drink. Let's have a drink. All right. And otherwise, so in this case, I'll write down my else. I want to print, I'm good. Good. Great. So what you guys you see here. So first of all, I will ask Python to verify if I want to eat. If yes, I want to eat, I want Python to print let's go to the restaurant. If I don't want to eat, I want Python to verify if I want to drink. If I want to drink, I want Python to print let's have a drink. Otherwise, I want Python to print I'm good. So if I run this app, the first thing I'm going to see is I'm good because both of those values are false. If let's say the value I want to eat is true, right there. So Python verifies I want to eat, it's true. So Python should return me let's go to the restaurant. I run my app and yes, that's what I see. If instead both of the values are true, so this value and this value are true, the app will stop running here because Python will verify if I want to eat, print let's go to the restaurant. So Python will print this and that's it. The app stops here. Well, it's gonna stop running here. But if it's not true, so let's just verify this. So as you can see, it stops here. But if I want to eat is false, so in this case, Python will verify I want to eat. No, that's false. I don't want to eat. So Python then will verify if I want to drink. And in this case, it should work. So it's gonna return let's have a drink. So if we run our app, as you can see, Python will return let's have a drink. So those are the apps, well, those are the ways that you guys can use the if statement. Another thing that you can add to your if statement, and that's the last thing that we are gonna talk about, is the not. So let's say, for example, I am using the if statement right here, and I want to verify the reverse. So let's say, for example, if I don't want to eat. So in this case, I will simply verify if not. So if I don't want to eat, I want Python to return let's go to the restaurant, which doesn't make sense. Once again, it's just for the example. So let's change the example a little bit. If I don't want to eat, I want Python to return I'm good. Good. So in this case, Python will verify if I don't want to eat. So in this case, if I don't, so it's going to be the reverse. Instead of being false, it's going to be like if it's true. So Python will verify if it's true. So in this case, let's write down true. So what Python will do, Python will verify if it's true. If it's not true, Python, well, if it's true, it's going to become false. So the only thing that did not do it will simply change the value here. So instead of being true, it's going to be false. So Python should return nothing. So as you can see, Python returned nothing. And if it's false, and we run the app, Python will return I'm good. Because the only thing that the not will do, the not value right here, will simply verify if the reverse is true. So in this case, is the reverse, well, if it's false here, it's going to become true. And if it's true, it becomes false. All right. So until now, guys, you understand the if statement and how it works. If you guys still have problems with this, I suggest you to replay this class to be able to understand it, because once again, the if statement is something that is very, very huge in Python, and practice it. So that's the best way for you guys to learn it. So you can practice, make some exercises. You can make exercises about food, about colors, about anything you want. Practice it a little bit, and you'll see it's not something that is hard. It's just about practice. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So until now we talked about a lot of very interesting things, and until now you are supposed to have a pretty much good knowledge of Python and how it works. So we talked in our past class about the if statement and how exactly it works. We talked about the if or statement, we talked about the if and statement, and basically everything what's around the if statement. And we also saw that the if statement works with the booleans. So usually you need a true or a false to be able to run an if statement, which is true in the majority of cases, but you don't really need the statement in itself to be able to run an if function. Let me explain myself. So you can compare, let's say for example, when you compare a number to another number, normally you will have a true or false value. So for example, if you compare 1 with 1, well, 1 equals to 1. And in this case, you have your if statement. So this if statement means it's true because 1 equals to 1. So this is the same thing for our what we will do today. So my goal today is really to present you guys how exactly we can work with the if statement without necessarily having true or false values or boolean values. So let's try this out. So the first thing, so we'll do some, I'll show you two basic exercises with variables, and after that we'll go and work with some more advanced data. So let's start. So the first thing that I will do, we can just watch for now. I'll have two variables. So I'll have variable number 1, which will be equal to 1, and variable number 2, which will be equal to 5. I'll write down my if statement. So in this case, if variable number 1 is equal to variable number 2, sorry, I want to print yes. Otherwise, I want to print no. So in this case, print no. If I run the app, so just don't forget the 2 points. If I run my app, as you can see, the answer will be no. Why? Because variable number 1 is not equal to variable number 2. And in this case, if, for example, I write down 5, so if I run my app, it's gonna be yes. So as you can see, I don't necessarily have the true or false statement nowhere, the true or false data nowhere that is stored in any variable, but instead I have, let's say, numbers. So I compare one number to another number, and because they are the first number is equal to the second number, this means that it's true. So this value is true. So this theoretically equals to true. And because of that, Python will print yes. I can do it more advancedly. For example, I can even have, let's say, 3 variables. So in this case, 3 variables, and let's say I'll write equal to 2. I can even print something like this, equal to variable number 3, and I can run my app. And as you can see, the value will be no. Why? Because variable number 1 is equal to variable number 2, but is not equal to variable number 3. So what I can use is another statement, which is not equal to variable number 3. So if I rerun my app, it's gonna be yes. Why? Because variable number 1 is equal to variable number 2, but not equal to variable number 3. So if you wanna write equal, it's gonna be 2 equal signs. If you wanna write down not equal, it's gonna be an exclamation mark and an equal sign. All right, so right now you get the point of all this. Let's try something else. So let's say, for example, here I'll have 5 and 6. And instead of equal, what I can do is I can write greater. So let's say, for example, variable number 1 is greater than variable number 2. And 2 points. Once again, if I run my app, as you can see, variable number 1 is not greater than variable number 2. So in this case, the answer will be no. But what I can do also, I can say, for example, equal, greater, or equal. So in this case, if I run it, it's going to be no. But if it's 5, it's going to be yes, because it's equal. So in this case, I ask if it's greater or equal. Well, it's equal, so the answer will be yes. You can do this for greater, for equal, for greater or equal, for smaller or equal. You can do this for many, well, there are many comparisons that exist. But the most popular ones are equal, not equal, greater, smaller, greater or equal, smaller or equal. All right, so right now that you understand what exactly is the comparison part in the if statement, I propose you guys to make 2 basic apps so you'll be able to practice and understand it a little bit more. So let's jump in. So the first thing I'll ask you guys to do is open up your, well, you already on it, so on your text editor. And what you will do, you'll create 4 variables. So we'll have var1, and we'll use colors. So we'll use string. You can use colors or any other type of string, it doesn't matter. So you have var1, var2. Great. So we have everything that we need. After that, you simply add the colors that you want to add. So in my case, it's gonna be blue, red, black, and yellow. Great. I have what I need. So what we'll do right now, my goal right now is simply to show you that you can compare strings together. So 5 seconds ago, we compared numbers together, but right now we'll compare strings together. So for example, if we write down our if variable once again, if function, sorry, we have our variable number 1, which is, for example, equal to variable number 2. In the case that it's true, what we'll do, we want Python to return print, yes, it's the same color. Great. So we run our app and we have nothing because it's not the same. So what will be our second condition? Else. If it's not true, want Python to print no, it's not true. And don't forget, very important, your 2 points. When it's all done, simply run your app. So as you can see, the answer is no, it's not true, because variable number 1 is not equal to variable number 2. If, for example, here we have red, so red is equal to red, we run our app, yes, it's the same color. So we can, if it's the same thing, it's gonna tell you this. But let's say, for example, we have red with a capital letter and red with a small letter. It's not gonna work. Why? Because Python respects capital letters. So if you have 2 words, but the letters, one is in capital, the other is not, it's not gonna work. So very important, you need the exact same thing if you want it to work. Alright, so right now you get the point that you can compare strings together, you can compare numbers together, you can compare Boolean together, you can compare absolutely everything together, but you can't compare string with numbers or numbers with, for example, Boolean. If, for example, you want to compare numbers with strings, you need to transform your string into a number before being able to do it. And you have some functions to do it. Alright, so let's create another small app. This time it's gonna be the app will be a bit more complex since I want you guys to practice a bit more. But in this app, what we'll do principally, it's very simple. Our goal is to find out who is the richest person between 3 different persons. So what exactly we'll have to do right now, the first thing, we'll need to find out the name of each person. So we'll ask users to enter their names and to enter how much money they have. So let's write it down. So we have our first variable, which will be person's name. So we have the variable that looks like this, equal input. So we have our input, and what we'll ask our user to do is, what is your name? So right here, the user will enter his or her name. From now, the next thing that we want to know from this user is how much money do he have. So we'll create another variable that will name person's wallet. In this case, purse wallet. And we'll write down input. And we'll ask the person, how much money do you have? Great. So the person will answer us with his or her name and the money that this person has. You can, right now what we need to do is the exact same thing with the two next persons, because we'll have 3 different persons. So you can simply copy everything and paste it. And instead of having person number 1, you'll have person number 2. Great. So you do this for person number 2 and person number 3 as well. Alright, so until now you have everything you need to be able to continue. So we have person number 1, number 2, and number 3. Right now that we have our basic database, it's time for us to create our app. So once again, we'll use the if function in this app to be able to run it. So what we'll ask Python to do right now, very simple. We want to know what's the name of the person, and if the person number 1 has more money than the person number 2. If yes, we want to verify if person number 1 has more money than person number 3. If those 2 statements are respected, we'll simply return person number 1 is the richest. So very, very simple. As you can see, the app is simple. Right now, it's time to create it. So we'll have our if statement right here. And the first thing that we'll need to enter right now is we need to convert our strings into numbers. So as I explained before, you can't work with string and numbers at the same time because Python can't compare strings with numbers. So very important to convert it first. So how do we convert strings to numbers? With the float function. So write down float, open up your parentheses, and you'll copy this variable right here. So I have person number 1 wallet equal, in this case, to person number 2 wallet. Don't forget to write down your float function, because without it, nothing will work. You'll have errors. So alright, we have float person number 1 wallet greater than person number 2 wallet. So this is the first part of the function. We verify if it's true. Then we want to verify if the person number 1 has more money than the person number 3 as well. So we'll use the AND function here. We'll use if AND. And we'll write down our float to be able to work with the numbers. So person number 1 wallet is greater than person number 2 wallet. Alright, so we have everything what we need now. We write down our 2 points and we jump. So next thing that we need to do right now that we have our first function ready is our output, right? Our output. So very simple, what we want Python to print right now. So very simple, we print person number 1 name. So we need the name of the person number 1 plus is the richest. So is the richest. So we have our input right here. We have our database right here. So everyone enters his name and how much money he has. The calculation right here. So person number 1 wallet greater than person number 2. Same thing for person number 3. And then we print the name of person number 1 is the richest, if it's true. If it's false, if it doesn't work, what we need to do right now is very simple. So we verify if it's number 2, the person number 2 is the richest. So in this case, we'll use the elif function. Once again, it's an if function that is integrated in another if function. So we do the exact same thing, instead of rewriting everything, you can simply copy it and paste it here. Then the next thing that you guys need to do is changing the name of people. So here we'll have person number 2 is richer than person number 1. Same thing here, person number 2 and number 3. And in the name, don't forget to write person number 2 as well. And finally, you copy and paste everything to be able to do the exact same thing for person number 3. Great. When we have all this, what we can do now, we can run our app. So we have absolutely everything. We have our conditions, so our logical test for person 1, 2, and 3. And we can run our app to see what it looks like. So what is your name? In this case, name will say Jack. How much money Jack has? $100. What is your name? I don't know, Mina. How much money Mina has? $50. And finally, what is your name? So let's say John. How much money John has? $25. We run our app. Jack is the richest, which makes sense. Let's change our inputs. So in this case, what's your name? Once again, we'll say Jack. How much money do you have, Jack? $10. Mina, how much money do you have? $50. And finally, what's your name? Let's say John. How much money do you have, John? Let's say $15. We run the app. Mina is the richest. So as you can see, guys, it's very, very simple. The app works perfectly. We can find who is the richest person. So until now, you know how you can use the if statement. The if statement is really for decision making. And right now, you can see that you don't necessarily need the Boolean value, the true and the false, written somewhere or stored somewhere in a variable. You can just compare a string with a string and expect to have a true or false value. So let's say, for example, if two things are not the same or doesn't respect the comparison, well, this means it's not true. And if it respects it, well, this means it's true. So let's say a number is greater than another number. Well, this means it respects the comparison of this number is greater than this number. So in this case, it's true. So I hope you guys understand right now that you can work with the if statement this way. And this will be very, very useful for you guys in the future when you will become more advanced in this programming language. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So until now we saw many things, and we talked about the if statement, and right now it's time to put everything in practice. So what I want to do in this class is really practicing the if statement that we learned before, as well as the functions and putting everything together. So very simple, what I propose you guys to do today is a small basic app that will be a conversation between a user and a person. So in this case, what exactly will the app look like? So the first thing we will do is we'll tell the rules to our user. So the rules will simply be answering each question by yes or no. So if the user says yes to this, we'll go to the next question. If the user says no, we'll simply print stop. Then we'll ask the first question, the second question, the third question, and the fourth question. Well, the third question, because it stops at 3 questions. So basically, this is the goal of our app. So let's start. So very basically, but what exactly we'll start? In this case, we'll put everything inside of a function, because if we don't do this, it simply will not work. All right. So how exactly this will work? We'll write down firstly def. So def is a way to tell Python that we start our function here. The name of our function will be question. So simply name it question, and you write down 2 points. All right. So first thing, we'll write down rules. So the first variable that we will have inside of our function will be the variable rules. In this case, we'll ask our user, you need to answer every question. So we'll write it down. you need to answer every question by yes or no. Do you understand? So here our user will give us an answer by yes or no. All right, so once the user read this, he will answer. So we'll start with our if statement. So if the variable rules is not equal to yes, so if it's equal to no, so if the variable rules is equal to no, we want to return stop. So in this case, we'll ask Python to print stop, or we'll ask him to print try again. So let's say try again. Great. So as you can see, guys, right now our first rule is very simple. If our user returns yes, we go to the next question. If no, the app will stop here. Well, our function will stop here. This is why we use the return statement in this case. We'll stop our function right here if in the case that this is not respected. Great. So once this is done, it's time to write our second question. In this case, it will be else. So what's happening in the case that this is not respected? Well, this is respected. So we'll print next question. Great. So we have everything right now. Next thing that we want to do is write down the first question. So once again, we'll use a variable to write down the question. So in this case, we'll have question 1, so quest 1. And the question 1 will be very simple. We'll ask our user, are you hungry? So once again, we'll write down an input because we want an answer from him. Are you hungry? And once again, we'll have our if statement. So if the variable quest1 is not equal to yes or is equal to no, we want to return. So we will give the answer to our user. Then let's go for a walk. In this case, we'll tell this to our user. So once again, the question is, if this variable right here is not equal to yes, we want to return to our user, then let's go for a walk, and everything stops here. So the app will stop there. In the case that the answer is yes, so here is not yes, so if the answer is no, we return this. In the case that the answer is yes, what we want to do? Well, we simply go to the next question. So we print else, next question. Great. So what's the next thing? So right now we'll ask our user, do you want to eat at a restaurant? Since our user is hungry, we want to ask him if he wants to eat somewhere. So once again, we'll store our variable right here. So we'll write down our input function. And we ask our user, do you want to eat at a restaurant? Great. So right now we have our second variable or our second question. Now it's time to ask the question. So we'll write down the function if, the if statement, sorry. So we'll ask our user if, we'll tell our user if the answer to the question number 2 or the value of the variable quest2 is not equal to yes, we want Python to return, come eat at my place. Great. So as you can see, if this variable is not equal to yes, we want Python to return come eat at my place. So right now we have our two first questions. So the next thing with our if statement here we have what's happening in the case that this is true, but in the case that this is false, in the case that it's equal to yes, what we want exactly from Python, we want from him to print us next question. Once again, the print next question is, well, we are not in the obligation to use it, but once again, it could be a good thing to use it. Great. We could work without the else statement here. We can just go with the if statement and then jump directly to the quest number 2. But once again, we want to have it. It's gonna be more, let's say, more cool. I find it more cool to write it down. Great. So next thing, we go to the last question that we'll have. So once again, we'll have our last question. In this case, what we want to do, we'll do the exact same thing. We store our variable, which will be quest 3. So question number 3. And in this case, the last question will be, do you want to eat a pizza? So input once again. And we ask our user, do you want to eat a pizza? So in this case, if our user tells us that he wants to eat a pizza, we'll tell him let's go eat a pizza. In the case that he tells us that he don't want to eat a pizza, we'll tell him let's go eat a burger. So sorry, not no, it's yes. All right, so in the case that our user tell us no, or the answer is not equal to yes, we'll return let's go eat a burger then. Go eat a burger then. Great. And in the case that the answer is yes, we will return, so once again, print let's go eat a pizza. Great. So right now we have absolutely everything that we need to be able to run our app. So let me just summarize everything that we just wrote. So once again, we started with def. Def means the opening of a function. So we write down our function, the name of the function, which is questions, and what is inside of our function. Very simple. We have the rules. So input, you need to answer every question by yes or no. The first, so right now, we have our variable here rules. So if the variable rules is not equal to yes, sorry, we return try again. If it's equal to yes, we return next question. And we go to the next question. So in this case, next question will be, are you hungry? If are you hungry is not equal to yes, we return then let's go for a walk. If it's equal to yes, we return next question. And we do the same thing for question number 2 and question number 3. So let's run our app and see what it looks like. So as you can see, if we just click, it doesn't work. So the way that we have to run our app is very simple. We write down question right here. So we write down the name of our function there. We run our app. So once again, let's do this. So first question, you need to answer every question by yes or no. Do you understand? So let's say we write down no. And as you can see, try again and it stops. If we rerun our app and say yes, next question, are you hungry? So in this case, yes I am. Next question, do you want to eat at a restaurant? Let's say I write down no. Come eat at my place. And this is where the app stops. So once again, you can write 2 points everywhere just to make it more beautiful and more presentable. But besides of that, you see guys how all this works. So it's very, very simple. So we'll run the app another time just to be sure at 100% that everything works perfectly. So let's run the app. So you need to answer every question. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Are you hungry? So in this case, let's say yes. Do you want to eat at a restaurant? Yes. Do you want to eat a pizza? Let's say no. Let's go eat a burger then. So as you can see, every time that I answer yes, it goes to the next question. If I answer no, everything stops here. So this is the goal of this app. Once again, we just ask questions to our users. And as you can see, it's something very, very basic. Once again, it puts everything that you guys just learned into practice. So I hope you guys right now understand much better the if statement and how to use it. You understand functions and everything, because it's a very, very important part of Python. So right now we wrote a very simple code, but you'll see the more we'll advance in the course, the more you'll learn things. So you'll need to remember you'll need to remember everything if you want to be good in programming. So I'll suggest you to practice with me every time that we do small exercises like this. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So until now we talked about a lot of interesting things, which are variables. We talked about data that you can store in your variables. We created apps to put everything together. And until now you have small but pretty good knowledge of Python. So in this class we are still gonna continue talking about data manipulation. So my goal right now is to show you another way that you guys can store your data. So you can store your data into a variable. So you can store a number, a string, or a boolean inside of a variable. But let's say you want to store a bunch of data at the same place. So this is where lists come into play. A list is simply a variable where you can store more than, let's say, one data. So let's say, for example, let's take a variable. So I'll write down here variable 1. And variable 1, let's say I want to store a string inside of it. So let's say I store apple. So as you can see, my variable number 1 has only one element in it. So it has only one string. But let's say I want to create a list. So in this case, I'll write down list 1. It starts the exact same way. But right now, to write down my list, what I need to do is open up those special parentheses, and I can start writing down all the elements that will be in my list. So let's say I have apples, I have bananas, I have ananas, and I have melon. So fruits. All right. So as you can see, if for example I decide to print the whole list, so in this case it will be list 1. So what will happen is that Python will print the whole list. So as you can see, I have my four elements right here, which is apple, banana, ananas, and melon. But let's say right now I want to work with my list and I want to print only one of those elements. So in this case, let's say I want to print only apple. So the way I explained you guys Python works, in this case Python will use indexes, but how indexes work, it's very simple. The first element is always the element 0. So in this case, apple will be equal to 0, banana will be equal to 1, ananas will be equal to 2, and melon will be equal to 3. So let's say I want to print the first element, which here will be the element 0. So how I will do this, I will write down my print function, then I write down the name of the list or the variable that I want to print. And in the case that if it's a list, I will still open up my parentheses. And in this case, I will select the number 0. So let's say I want to print apple. So I will simply write down 0, which is the index value of apple. And as you can see, I just printed out apple. If I want to print out banana, in this case, I will simply write down number 1. And I print it. So as you can see, it writes down banana. All right, so right now you know exactly how you can select the right value to print. So let's say, for example, apple, banana, or ananas, you simply write down print. You write down your list, so in this case, list number 1, and you select the index value that you want to print. So you want to print number 1, number 0, 1, 2, 3. Next thing, let's say, for example, right now that you want to modify what's in here. So in this case, for example, we have apple, we have banana, we have ananas, but let's say I want to change melon by, I don't know, avocado. So in this case, what I will do, it's very simple. So I write down my list 1, and I will open up my parentheses, and in this case I will select the index of melon. So melon will be the third index. I write down equal, and I write down by what exactly I want to change melon. So in this case I want to change melon by avocado. Then when it's all done, you can simply print this. So let's say in this case I print this. So list 1. And as you can see here, it all changes. So I have apple, I have banana, I have ananas, and I have avocado instead of melon, because I just changed my element right here, which is melon. I change it by avocado. I can do it on multiple elements. So let's say, for example, I want to change the element number 2 as well. So I can just write down list, so list 1, and I change the element number 2, which is ananas. I can change it by I don't know, tomato. So in this case I'll change it by tomato. And if I print list 1 once again, you'll be able to see apple, banana, tomato, and avocado. So as you can see, guys, it's very, very simple to use. So this is a way that you guys can print elements. So as you can see, it's very, very simple to work. Well, very simple to work with lists in the basic way. So if you want to select an element and if you want to modify an element. All right, another thing that you guys can do with lists, in this case, would be selecting only one of the elements or multiple elements, but not all elements. So let's say, for example, right here I have more than 4 elements. Let's say I want to have, so I have apple, bananas, ananas, melon, strawberry, and other. Great. And right now I only want to have the element number, let's say 2, so banana. So how exactly I will do this? Exact same thing. So simply I will print. So I use my print function. I write down list number 1. So in this case, list number 1. And I open up my special parentheses and I write down, so what I said is I want my banana, I want my ananas. So banana is the number 1. Ananas is number 2 in our Python index. So what I want to write is from 1, 2, 3. So what's going to happen here is that Python will return me the number 1 and the number 2, but will not return me the number 3. So let's say I print everything right here. So I have my banana and my ananas. If I want, for example, to print my banana, my ananas, and my melon, in this case it's gonna be from 1 to 4. And if I print it, well, as you can see, I will have banana, ananas, and melon. But let's say I want to print everything but not the apple. So in this case I can just write it down like this. So it's gonna be print list 1 and 2 points, and I leave it empty. So as you can see, it's gonna print absolutely everything. If I want to start printing from ananas, well, in this case I can just write down 2, because it's gonna be index 0, index 1, and index 2, and I start to print from index 2, and index 2 is included. So I'll have ananas, melon, strawberry, and other. So as you can see, this is a basic manipulation of lists and what exactly you can do with it. And as you can see, it's not that hard to do and it's not that hard to use. As I explained, if we summarize absolutely everything, the difference between a list and a variable is that a variable will have only one element in it. It could be a string, could be a boolean, it could be a number. But in the case of a list, it's absolutely different. You can have all the trees, so you can have numbers, booleans, and strings. And what is cool is that you can work with all those at the same time. So at the same time, you can select one of those and you can work just with this only element. So right now you know the basics of lists. In the future we are gonna talk about more advanced functions. about all those lists as well. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python programming. So today we are gonna still talk about lists, but instead of just talking about the basics, we are gonna talk about list functions. So as we saw at the beginning of this course, there are many types of functions that exist. You can apply functions to strings, you can apply functions to numbers, you can apply functions to, well, you have many types of functions on Python, but you can also apply functions on lists. So what exactly are list functions? So technically it's just simple manipulations that you can do on lists by, writing down functions. So functions can, for example, help you add something in your list, can help you, let's say, copy and paste your list, can help you count the number of elements that you have in your list. So what I personally done, you have hundreds of different functions, but what I personally have done, I simply looked for the most popular functions that exist about lists, and I selected 5 of the most used functions for lists. Well, the most used list functions that are used in Python. So basically what we will do today is I'll give you an introduction to functions, to list functions, and if you guys are interested, you can after that go on the internet and just find out many other list functions and try them out by yourself. So you'll see it's not very hard to understand. Alright, so let's start. The first thing that we are gonna talk about will be the function insert. So let's say, for example, the first thing they'll ask you is write down two lists. So a list of numbers and a list of strings. So we'll start by the first function. This function will help us insert something in a list. So let's say, for example, in this list of words where this list is called food, and I want to insert another type of food right here. So what exactly I will do? So let's say, for example, I'll start by printing this list. So I want to print my list that is food. All right, so if I print my list, I will receive this answer. So hamburger, pizza, juice, fries, sushis. Let's say, for example, I want to insert something in my list. Since lists can have millions of different elements, and I'm interested right now to insert one element in this list. So to be able to do this, what I will do, I will use the insert function. So how this function works, very simple. You write down the name of your list, dot insert. Then you will add the index in which you want to insert your element. So let's say, for example, I want to insert another word right here. So right here will be the element number 2. So 0, 1, and 2. So this will become the element number 2. So the index, the object or the element. So let's say I'm gonna write down the index number 2, and then I want to insert, let's say in this case, I'm interested to insert, spaghetti, for example. So spaghetti. Great. So what I just did is I insert in the index number 2, the word spaghetti. And if I run my function, if I run my app, as you can see, I will have hamburger, pizza, and spaghetti right here. And don't forget one thing, in Python, we always start counting by 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will become the second element that we have, or the second object. All right, so this is the first type of this is the first function we'll talk about. The second one will be very simple. It's simply delete. So let's say you want to delete all your list. So this list, you want to delete it, for example. So what you can do is simply delete everything manually, or just write down the delete function. In this case, how it will look like, so let's say, for example, you write down your food and the word says it, it's gonna be the clear function. So very simple, you write down clear, you open and close the parentheses. So what we ask Python, so as you can see right here, we ask Python to clear our list food. So here we have our list, and we ask Python to clear it. So when we run the app, as you can see, we have nothing in our list. The same thing as if we have deleted everything. All right, so right now you know how to add things in your list and how to delete things in your list. Right now, let's say you want to put a list into another list. I'll just take this out. So let's say you want to integrate the prices into the foods. So in this case, what will happen? You want to put those two lists together. So let's say, for example, you have one list of food and you have another list of food, and you want to put them all together in one simple list. So what we'll use as a function to be able to do this, there is a function called extend. So you will simply extend your initial list and add more elements at once. So you can add another list to your first list. You can add variables to your list. So how exactly this works? Very simple. So we start with our first list, which is food. So we write down food. We click on dot. Then the function, as I said, will be extend. So it will be this one. And what you will write down inside your parentheses will be the second list that you want to add. So in this case, we want to add the prices. So right now we have our food.extend and the second list. So if we run our app, as you can see, the list food became the list food and the list prices. So this is a way that you guys can put two lists together simply by using the extend function. So this is another way that this is another function that you guys can use to be able to work with lists. As you can see, it's not something that is that hard to work with. But once again, those are some manipulations that you guys can do with your lists. All right, let's say right now that you guys are interested to find, let's say, what is the index of a certain type of food right here. So let's say, for example, you guys are looking for pizza, because here it's simple. We only have 5 + 1, 6 elements. But let's say you have hundreds of elements and you are interested to find one of those. So it's like in Excel, you will use the VLOOKUP function. In Python, what we have the index function. So in this case, what you guys will do is very simple. So we will use our print function, and let's say we are looking for pizza. So what exactly we write down? We'll write down our print, and what exactly we are asking Python to do. We will take our list, and from this list, we'll simply write down index. So our function will be index, and from here, we'll write down the element that we are looking for. So we are looking for pizza. We write it down, and then we simply run our function. So as you can see, pizza is the first element right here. So we have 0, then we have 1. If we write down another element, which in this case will be juice, normally we should receive number 4. Why? Number 3, sorry. Why? Because we have hamburger as number 0, pizza as number 1, juice as number 3, and spaghetti as number 2, which makes sense because we put it spaghetti right here. All right, next function that we are gonna talk about will be the count function. So let me just show you how it works. Let's say, for example, you have one type, you have right here pizza only once. But let's say you have pizza 5 times. So what you guys will do, simply take the pizza and you can copy it and paste it, let's say, at the end of the list twice. All right, and do the same thing for juice as well. So we'll try it multiple times so you guys will understand how this function works. All right, great. So right now what we want to do, we want to print the we want to count the number of times each of those words is repeated. So what we will do, we'll do this for all the words. So in this case, we have hamburger as well. So just copy and paste it. And we have sushi. Great. So you guys have copied and pasted everything. So what we will do, we'll use a function that is called the count function. In this case, how it's written, very simple. Once again, we'll write down our print function right here. And we will ask Python to go in our list and to count how many times this element is repeated. So in this case, let's say we want to know how many times pizza is repeated. And we run our app, and as you can see, pizza is repeated 3 times. If we want to do the same thing for juice, we can do it. We run our app, and as you can see, juice is repeated 3 times. If we do the exact same thing for sushis, as you can see, it's run 2 times. Don't forget, guys, it's very important that you write the exact same word right here. So let's say, for example, I start sushi with capital letters. As you can see, it's 0 because I don't have sushi with capital letters right here. So very important, you need to write down the exact word. If not, it's just not gonna work. All right, last thing we are gonna talk about today will be copying lists. In this case, what you guys want to do, let's say, for example, you want to copy one of those lists. So it's very simple how this works. Let's say you want to create another list. So we'll name it, let's name it random. And random will be equal to our food copy. So in this case, food copy. So very important, you open and close parentheses. So it will be the copy of the list food. So in this case, we want to have the copy of food. So we simply write down food.copy. In this case, well, it will copy food plus prices.copy. So what I just did, I asked Python to create another list that will be random, that includes the list food copy and price copy. And in this case, if I run my app, just add a print. Say I want to print everything. So in this case, I'll print random. Great. All right. So as you can see, I have my list right here, all my lists. So I have my first list and I have my second list. So once again, it's another way to, well, to create a list. So right now I just copied the food and I copied prices. So as you can see, guys, those are the basic manipulations that you can do with lists. Those are some basic functions that exist. You have many others. If you guys are interested to learn more about list functions, once again, I suggest you to simply go on internet and type list functions. You'll have hundreds of them that will appear. Same thing for math functions and same thing for a string of functions. But my goal right now is really to show you what exactly are those functions and how they work. So right now you understand all this, and we can go to the next step of our course. That's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about the complete introduction to Python. So in today's class, we are gonna still talk about lists. We talked about lists, list functions and everything. And today's course topic will be a bit in the same, well, we are still gonna talk about lists, but we are gonna talk about a little bit different type of lists. And in this case, it will be tuples. So to understand what is the difference between a normal list and a normal tuple, I will simply write down a list right here. So let's say we are creating a list of colors. So in this case, we'll write down, let's say, red. Then we'll write down yellow. Then we'll write down blue. All right, so we have our 3 colors. And what we can do with this list, well, we can run the app. So as you can see, it works perfectly. Just print it to make it run. So we print our list. All right, if we run it, as you can see, it works perfectly. We can do many things with it. We can, for example, if we want to insert something, we can insert. So we can write down insert. And let's say we want to insert something at the second column. So let's say I want to insert pink. All right, I run my app, it will work perfectly. But when I have a tuple, what's the difference between a list and a tuple is that I can play with all the things that I have in my list. But when I have a tuple, for example, I can't modify it at all. So let's say, for example, with a list, I can insert new colors, I can delete colors, I can do, well, I can do many things. But with tuples, I just can't modify it. I can't add nothing, I can delete nothing, and I have to respect, well, a tuple, it's simply a list that you can't modify. You can put tuples into lists, but you can't modify tuples by themselves. So let me just show you a quick example. So right now, this is our list. So when we want to write a tuple, how we write a tuple at first, I will write it down the same way as we write a list. So when we write a list, we write, let's say, for example, write down colors. So we'll click on equal, and we will use those parentheses right here. For a tuple, we'll use the basic parentheses, and we will, let's say, write down our colors. So once again, we'll write down blue, yellow, and red. And red. All right, so we have all our colors. If we run our app, so once again, we run our app, which will run all our colors. So it works perfectly. We have our colors right here. But let's say, for example, I want to add something. So in this case, I want to insert. So I'll write down my insert function. I want to insert something at the second place. So 0, 1, 2 right here instead of red. I want to add, let's say, I want to add black. All right. I run my app and look exactly what's going to happen. So as you can see, I have an error message, and it's written right here, tuples object has no attribute insert. So you just can't modify it. You can't use no modifications into tuples. And as I explained, you can have a list of tuples. So let's say, for example, right here I have colors. Let's say I'll have another tuple of, in this case, shapes. So I'll have, for example, square. I have triangle, and I will have circle. All right, so I have my shapes and I have my colors. And let's say I want to create a list of those tuples. So in this case, I can write down, let's say, list. And what I want to do is simply add colors. And shapes. So my list will be constituted with colors and shapes. And if I run it, just print everything. All right. So as you can see, I have my tuple that will have blue, yellow, red, and my shapes as well. So as you can see, my list will have the tuples that are here. So I have a list of tuples. So it's possible to create a list of tuple, but it's very important, guys, that you understand that the main difference between tuples and lists is simply that tuples can be changed. Okay, right now, in what exact moment can you guys what exact moment can you guys guess when you can only use tuples but not a list? So basically, you want to use tuples on things that you know will never ever change. So let's say, for example, you want to look for the address of someone. So the address of this person will, well, it can change, but it will not necessarily change in the near future. Or something even, let's say, easier. You want to look for the coordinates of a place in the world. Let's say you want to look for the coordinates of a mountain, or a certain country, or a certain city. Well, you know that those coordinates will never change. So you can store those into tuples. So let's say we want to store one of those into tuples. So in this case, we'll write down, let's say, for example, a city. Let's say Paris. So we have Paris coordinates, so equal, and let's say write down coordinates of Paris. So once again, let's say the coordinates of Paris will be 135, 124. Once again, it's just an example, and as you can see, it will never change. Let's say you want to store the IP address of something, or of a place, or just store the address IP of a certain device. Well, you will store it in a tuple because a IP address will not change, or you don't want it to change, at least. Well, you don't want it to change. So you have things that you never want to change. Everything that you guys think will never change, or you don't want it to change, you store it into a tuple. And everything that will change, so it could be variables, you can store those into a list. So this is the main difference. So that's it for this class, guys. Right now you understand, you know another type of list, which are tuples. And you'll see it's going to be very useful for our Python learning. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in today's class, it's very simple. My goal is to talk to you guys about another way that you can store your data, as well as convert your data from one data type, from one type of data to another type of data. So not only converting numbers into, let's say, certain strings, but also converting certain strings to another types of strings. So it sounds maybe complicated, but you'll see it's very, very easy. So basically what we are going to talk about are dictionaries in Python. So what exactly is a dictionary in the normal world? So let's say a real dictionary is basically a place where you can find out a word and the definition of this word. So it's going to be one word linked with many words. So in Python, it's the same thing. So you guys will take one word, so it could be a string or a set of words, and make it equal to, let's say, another set of words. So this is a way that you guys can store your data and also convert your data. So for example, if you want to make a list, I don't know, of employees. So for example, you can have the number of each employee, and you can have the name of the employee associated with his number. So in this case, guys, as you can see, this is a way that you can use dictionaries. So my goal today is really to present you this useful thing that you can use in Python, and give you two examples of how you can use this dictionary. And those two examples, they can apply in everyday's life. All right, so let's start. So first thing that you guys can have to understand is that dictionaries can store any type of data. So it could be strings, it could be numbers, and they can convert, you can store a string with a number or a number with a string. You'll see it's very, very simple to use. All right, so let's begin. So how do we write down a dictionary? Well, it's very simple. It's like writing down a variable, so it starts the same way. So let's say our dictionary will be named colors. So in this case, we'll have our first example would be colors. Then you'll click on equal, and instead of writing down a sentence like you would do for when you are creating a variable, you'll simply open up this parentheses. So in this case, those parentheses are used for dictionary. So everything that is inside of those parentheses will be all the words that we'll have for our, let's say, our dictionary. All right, so the first word that we are gonna use as our dictionary will be blue. So we will generate blue by simply the first letter of this word. So let's say B, in this case, will be equal to blue. So B, 2 points. In this case, write it down like this. So B, 2 points, is equal to blue. So very important, this is your first word. So in this case, this will be the key. And this is the second word. This is the word that is linked with the key. So you write down your word, your first word, the key right here. And the second word will just be linked to it. So when you are gonna make a search for inside your dictionary, you're gonna make a search for the word that is right here, and this is going to be your output. All right, so this is your first word. Let's say we want to add more words in our dictionary. So very simple. You click on the comma and you add your second word. So in this case, let's say we want to do the same thing for red. So write down R, 2 points, red. Let's say we want to do the same thing for orange. So O. We write down 2 points and we write orange. All right. So let's just keep those 2 words inside our dictionary. So as you can see, each letter will refer to a word. So very simple, we store this inside of our dictionary. So another thing that you guys need to remember, you can't have 2 letters that are the same, so 2 keys that are the same. So in this case, I can't have B used 2 times. So let's say, for example, I try. So let's say I want to store B for, I don't know, B for ball. So I want to add a ball. So as you can see, it's not going to work because B is written 2 times here. And if you store the same, let's say, word 2 times, it's not going to work. So here, for example, it's B. So if I have 2 same values, 2 keys that are the same, it's not going to work. So you need to have 2 different keys. Great. So right now we have those 3 words. And let's say our goal, we want to look for the word R. So imagine you have millions of words and you want to look for R right here. So how exactly would you look for R? So the first thing that you guys will do is write down, print, because we want him to be printed. So write down print. We write down our dictionary name, which in this case is colors. Dot get. So in this case, dot get. Here we'll have 2 values. So the first value will be the value that we are looking for. So in this case, we are looking for B or R or any value that you want to look for. So let's say we are looking for B. And the second value will be the default value. So in this case, let's say it's going to be stop. So the default value is simply the value, let's say if, for example, Python doesn't find the word in the dictionary, he will return the default value. So for example, let's say instead of B, we have, I don't know, H, and we don't have H in our dictionary. So Python will return stop. So let's run the app and see what it looks like. So as you can see, B stands for blue. So it returns blue. If, for example, instead of B, we write down O, which is orange, we run our app, as you can see, it's gonna give us orange. But let's say we write O with a capital letter. We don't have it in the dictionary. So as you can see, it's gonna generate stop because we don't have this value. And if we generate, let's say, write down, I don't know, G, for example, we don't have it. So it's gonna generate the same stop. So the default value is simply the value that is generated when the value, the word or the key doesn't exist in the dictionary. All right, so the second example that we are gonna do today is very simple. We will create employee numbers and we are gonna look for those employees. So let's create this basic app. So let's have, I don't know, 5 numbers. So in this case, we'll have 5 numbers and give random names. So let's say name A. So a random number and a random name. So in this case would be name B. And let's say name C. So my goal here is to present you that you can use dictionaries for for strings as well as for numbers. So in this case, we are gonna use a dictionary for numbers, and we'll find out numbers. Well, we'll find out names by using numbers. Great. So let's do it. So as I explained, here it's gonna be names. So I explained the formula to write this down. The function to write this down is very simple. Simply write down names. So your dictionary name dot get. Open up your parentheses. The first thing that you guys will write down will be your value, your key, sorry. So in this case, it's gonna be, let's say we are looking for 152. And the second thing, since it's a number, we keep it like this. And the second thing is the default value. And in this case, the default value will be, let's say, this name don't exist. Don't exist. All right. And want to print all this. Here we go. All right, so simply run the app. And as you can see, the number 152 is the name A. If we change the number and write down 754, in this case, it's going to be the name D. But let's say we write down 999. Python will return us this name don't exist. So as you can see, this is the definition of a dictionary in Python. You can see what is it exactly right now. And right now, I think you can work with this, this thing that is a dictionary. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in this class, we are gonna talk once again about a very important thing in Python programming, and this is the while loop. So in this, what exactly is this while loop, or what exactly is a loop? Is if, for example, you wanna run a code a multiple amount of times. So let's say, for example, I want to run a code until a certain outcome have been reached. So let's say, for example, I want to reach a certain outcome. I'm looking for a certain password, for example. This can be used in cybersecurity. So let's say I want to make a brute force attack and I want to crack a password. So in this case, I will run many passwords. I will run many combinations until the right combination has been, let's say, achieved, or Python have achieved the right combination. So this is exactly what we are gonna learn today. You can use this, in data analysis. You can use it in many fields. So this is an important function. Once again, it's not hard to understand once you'll see what it looks like. So let's start. So the first thing we want to do will be have variables. So in this case, we need to choose at least one variable. And let's say our variable will be, I don't know, let's name it variable. In this case, it's going to be variable 1. All right, let's say variable 1 will be equal to, let's say, 25. And we'll have another variable, which will be variable 2. So variable 1 and variable 2. Variable 2 will be equal to, let's say, 2000. All right. So we'll run a very simple code. So in this case, we want variable 1 to be greater than variable 2. So how we write this? So let's say you write down while. And in this case, you write down your condition. So let's say variable 1, in this case, is greater than variable 2. So here we go. So until this condition is met, the code that is here will be replayed. So until this condition is met, the code will be replayed. So let me show you what it will look like. So let's say, for example, we want to we'll print our variable 1. So we'll print two things. We'll print variable 1, and as well as we'll print, let's say, doesn't work or not good. All right. And what exactly we will be making as a calculation? So in this case, if we only print the variable 1, it will not make sense, because what's gonna happen is Python will run only this code, and it's not gonna change. So if we run our code, as you can see, it doesn't make sense. It will run until the infinite. So it will just run this code, but it doesn't make sense because variable 1 will always be smaller than variable 2. So last thing, let's say we want to add a calculation, so we want our variable 1 to grow. So in this case, let's say variable 1 will be equal to variable 1 plus, let's say, 5. So what this means? This simply means that we will run our code, so we'll have our variable 1. In this case, it's 25. The first time, so what's gonna happen is that Python will run this code. So the first time that he will run the code, variable 1 will be equal to 25. Then he will also print not good. Then variable 1 will be equal to variable 1 plus 5. So once again, variable 1 will become 30. In this case, variable 1 becomes 30. So once again, Python will verify here. So here we have 30. 30 is still less than 2000. So we're gonna rerun the code. And right now, what's gonna happen is variable 1 is 30. So variable 1 is equal to variable 1 plus 5. So 30 plus 5, it's gonna become 35. So just look at the code and you'll see what exactly is happening here. Let's say we run our code once again. And as you can see, that's exactly what's happening. Each time the code is growing by 5. And at the end, it's reaching 1,095,995. So until the moment that variable 1 is smaller than variable 2, the code will continue to run. But when it's reached, at the end, it's gonna stop running. So in this case, it stopped running at 1,900 because the next jump, let's say the next moment, the variable 1 will be not greater, but will be equal to variable number 2. And this is why Python stopped at one variable less. So as I explained, it has many utilities in, let's say, in real life. And this type of, this function is very used, let's say, in cybersecurity. If you want to, for example, crack passwords, it can be used. If you are looking for a certain output somewhere and you need to try many things, well, you can use this function. And once again, you can write anything you want here. So let's say here it's just something that is very simple. Once again, you can write, as I said, very complicated functions right there. And Python will still run them until you have the output that you need exactly. So let's say you can change your variable 2 by something else. Let's say you want to change it by 1000. So in this case, you want to change it by 1000. And we can just run our Python. And as you can see, it's going to still work. So as you can see, it's something that is very cool. And once you know how to use it properly with all other functions, you'll see you'll be able to do many very interesting things with it. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So in today's class, our main topic would be for loops. And you guys will see it's not that hard to understand. It's when you practice it, you'll see it's gonna be very easy. All right, so basically what are for loops? For loops are technically a loop that is used for iterating over a sequence. So the sequence could be a dictionary, could be a list, could be a string, could be numbers, could be a set of numbers, could be tuple, could be all of those together. So basically what it does, it will execute a statement, and once for each item in the list, tuple, it could be numbers, it could be dictionaries, or whatever. So what does this all mean? Very simple. Let's say, for example, you have a list of, I don't know, of things. Well, when you're gonna make your for loop, when you, for example, you will use the for loop, what's gonna happen is that each element will be printed. So let's have an example here. Let's use, for example, I don't know, colors. So in this case, we will have a variable that is, well, a list that will be named colors. And in this case, we will create our list. So let's say we'll have blue, red, orange, and black. All right, so we have a list of four colors right now. And let's say we want to use our for loop. So how exactly this for loop works? So very simple, write down for, so this will be our for loop. Then, let's say for example for one color, in this case since we're talking about colors, we'll say for one color in colors. So in this case, colors is the name of our list. 2 points, print one color. Great. So if we run our app, as you can see guys, each color will be printed. This thing right here, which is one colors, can be changed, so it could be just X. And if I run my app, as you can see, it will still work. So it's very simple to use, as you can see. So basically what exactly does loops, what exactly loop does, it simply prints every element, let's say of a list, of a string, of a number, of absolutely, well, anything. So let's try it just on a string to show you guys what exactly it is. So let's say for example we have another time a color. So let's say this time we'll say for letter, since we are gonna print the letters in this case, let's say the word blue. 2 points, print letter, because we are printing letters. Once again, it could be just X and it will work. So when we run our app, as you can see, blue is printed this way. So we ask Python to print each letter of the string. So in this case, we have a string. So we ask Python to print every letter of this string. All right, another thing in which you can use the for loop, well, the loop statement, will be, for example, with the break statement. So in this case, how we can run all this? Well, it's very simple. Let's say, for example, we once again have a set of colors. So let's name it colors. In this case, we'll write down equal, and we will put our colors here. So let's say we have black, once again, yellow, and green, and finally the last one would be red. All right, we have our 4 colors. And right now what we can use also, let's say we want to stop the iteration at green. So everything will stop at green. So we'll only generate black, yellow, and green in this case. So it's very simple. The way it's gonna be written down, we will use our for loop, of course. So for example, in this case, it's colors. So let's name it, let's say for one color. But it could be just X or Y or any letter in colors. So in this list right here, print one color. All right. So what all this means? So very simple. For one color, so only one color in colors. In this list, print one color. So what's gonna happen? It's gonna print each color one after the other. So if we run this app, as you can see, we have black, yellow, green, red. But if we wanna stop our iteration at green, for example, it's very simple. We can use an if statement and simply write down one color. If one color is equal to, in this case, green, we want the loop to stop. So very simple, 2 points, and write down break. So in this case, we'll use the break statement. And if we run our app, as you can see, we'll have black, yellow, and green. Everything is gonna stop at green. So once again, this is just by using the, well, the, how you call it, the if statement, the break statement, sorry. So if you use the break statement, it's gonna all stop at green. As you can see, the loop, well, the for loop is something that is not hard, very hard to understand. It's something that is very simple. The main goal of the for loop is simply to print everything that can be in a list, in a string, in numbers, well, absolutely anywhere. So let's have another example. So in this case, we'll use another, well, we'll talk about another statement, which is the range statement. And in this case, let's say we have 4. Let's use, let's call it number. For number in range 6, print number. All right. If we run this app, as you can see, it's gonna print all the numbers from 0 to 6, but it's not gonna print the number 6. And if, for example, we wanna print just numbers that are in, let's say, from one number to another. So in this case, let's say we wanna print all the numbers between, I don't know, it could be 20 and 30, for example. We can just write it this way. And if we run our app, as you can see, it's gonna put on all the numbers that are between 20 and 30, but just not the 30. So as you can see, it's not something that is very, very hard to understand. And those are simply the basics of the for loop. So the way that you can use it can be way more complex. But in this case, this is just the simple part of the for loop. So as you can see, guys, as I explained to you, the for loop, the main reason why the for loop exists is really to help you print all the elements of, let's say, it could be a list, it could be a dictionary, it could be a string, it could be numbers, a range of numbers, it could be, well, absolutely anything. So right now you understand how it works. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So we saw many things in the past few classes, and today I want to put everything into practice to be able to, well, to show you what you guys have learned until now. So my goal today is really to practice the while loop and also to practice the if statement, everything in one exercise. So what I think about was, let's say, passwords. So for example, you are going on Facebook and you start try passwords. So let's say you try 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and at a certain moment your account is blocked. And if you get the right password, well, your account will work. So I decided for this class to create a small app like this with you guys, where we'll be able to, let's say, practice and create a password, and we'll also be able to control the number of tries, the max amount of tries, and what exactly will write our user if the account is blocked or the access is granted. So let's start. So very simple. For this exercise, we'll need two data types. So basically we'll need strings and numbers. We'll need 5 variables. So in this case, the first variable will be our password. So we'll write down our password. And our password will be, let's say, you decide the pass that you want. So let's say it's gonna be pass 1, 2, 3. So once again, the password can be anything you want. After that, the answer that the person will give. So in this case, we'll name this variable your answer. And here you write nothing. So there will be absolutely nothing. Third variable will be the number of tries, because we want to have a certain number of tries. So right now we will be at try number 0 because we didn't try, but after the first try we're gonna be at number 1. After 2 tries we'll be at number 2. After 3 tries we'll be at number 3. So once again, the number of tries will grow as much as we are trying to get the right password. So here we'll write down number of tries. And in this case, we start at 0. If you guys start at 1, and your max number of tries will be, let's say, 10. In this case, you will have, well, you will have 9 tries. This means you'll have 9 tries because it's gonna be 10 minus 1. All right, so number of tries, we are at 0. So we didn't do no tries at all. So number max of tries, this is, for example, the number max that you want to have tries. So let's say you want to have max 5 tries. Well, it's going to be here. So in this case, we'll write down our number max of try. It will be here. And here, let's set it to 8. And finally, our last variable will be max try. And in this case, it's going to be a string. We'll call it not reached. So if the max try is reached, this means we'll have a certain output. And if it's not reached, we'll have another output. So in this case, max try will be not reached. Great. All right, great. So those are our variables. So we'll be able to create our app right now. We have everything that we need. We have our strings and our numbers. So we can start creating our app. So as I explained, what we want to do is we want to give our user the opportunity to try passwords until he gets the right one. So if our user tries his password more than 8 times in this case, it will simply block. So the account will be blocked. So let's write everything down. So the first thing we want to do is write down our while loop. So in this case, we'll write down while, and it's gonna be your answer. So if your answer is not equal to our password, we will rerun the app again and again. So this will be our first condition. So as you can see, the first condition is your answer is not equal to our password. So if this variable is not equal to this variable, we will rerun our app. So we will give our person who is trying the opportunity to try again. So this is our first condition, and our second condition is that max try will not be reached. So here right now it's not reached, but if max try is reached, well, this means that we can't try anymore. So in this case, max try is not equal to reached. Great. So this is our basic app. So in this case, let me explain once again. So what does all this mean? So if your answer is not equal to our password, in this case, this variable is not equal to this variable, and max try, so in this case, max try is not equal to reached, so right now it's equal to not reached, we will rerun the app again and again. So we'll rerun the code that we will have right here. All right, so what is the first thing that we will need to verify in our code? So in this case, we want the number of tries. We want the number of tries being less than the number max of tries. So we want this number to always be less than this number, because if this number becomes greater than this number, this means that the number of tries have been reached. So in this case, let's say, for example, we have 8 tries. So if this number becomes greater than this number, this means we have reached the 8 tries and the app should stop working. So we'll write this down. So we write down our if statement, and we can write down our number of tries has to be greater than the number max of tries. Here we go. So we have our if condition right here. So right now, if statement, sorry. So our if statement says if the number of tries is greater than the number max of tries. So number of tries, number max of tries. If this number, if 0 becomes greater than 8, what we want to do? So right here, we'll ask our user to enter his answer. So right now, we'll ask our user to enter his answer. So in this case, our user will enter a certain answer, And if his false, well, we're gonna rerun the app. So right now, your answer will be equal to, once again, input, since we are asking our user to enter a certain answer. What is the password? Great. So until now, what have we wrote? So we have our if statement that says the number of tries has to be less than the number max of tries. And this is one try. So your answer. So our user is trying here. So our user tried. Right now, this is calculated as one try. So how can we calculate this as one try? Very simple. We'll simply write down number of try will be equal to number of try plus 1. So very simple. Each time that our user tries again and again and again, well, we simply add 1 to the number max of tries. So as you can see here, we have our number of tries will grow by 1. So each time that our user is having a, well, it's false. What's happening here is false. He'll have one more try. So in this case, let's say, for example, the answer is not pass 1, 2, 3. Well, the number of tries will grow by 1. And when it's gonna reach 8, well, it's over. So right now, this is our if statement. So he says this, and in the case that this is false, so in the case that this is not respected, so in the case that the number of tries becomes greater than the number max of tries, what we want to do is return max tries will be reached. So in this case, max try will be reached. All right, so let me re-explain. Right now we have our if statement in our loop. So this is our basic code. So what it says, the number of tries has to be less than the number max of tries. In this case, what is one try? One try is simply one answer. So if the answer is false 8 times in a row, what's gonna happen? Basically, this condition will not be met anymore, because each time that we try one input, it grows our code by 1, because we return this, and because of the while loop, what's gonna happen? We'll restart the code again and again, and the number of tries will become greater and greater and greater. And since it becomes greater, it's gonna become greater than the number max of tries. And in the case that the number of tries becomes greater than the number max of tries, we will return max tries reached. And if max tries is equal to reached, right now, we need to write another line of code to explain what's gonna happen. All right. So if, in this case, max try is reached, so max try is equal to reached, we want to return account blocked. So in this case, we'll return account blocked. And in the other case, we'll return access granted, because in the first case, the account will be blocked if this is not respected. So if the number of tries becomes greater than the number max of tries, this means that we will return this. And if we return reached, this means max try becomes reached. And if max try becomes reached, we'll return account blocked. And in the other case, simply we'll return access granted. So this will be the code for our app. So let me just run it to make sure that it works perfectly. So what is the password? So in this case, the password, let's say it's gonna be 1. So it doesn't, what is the password? As you can see, it asks again because it doesn't work. So we can write anything we want just to verify if it's gonna be blocked. So as you can see, it says account blocked at the end. If instead of 8, we give it 3 tries and we rerun our app, what is the password? 2, 3, 4. So as you can see, account blocked. So let's write the right password to see what it gives us. So we can write down pass 1, 2, 3. And as you can see, it says access granted. So as you can see, it's maybe a bit complicated. Let me try to re-explain to you guys so you'll be able to understand a bit more. So those are our variables, so we'll be able to run our app. So let's talk about the app in particular. So we'll start with our while loop. So our while loop, what it says basically, our while loop says if your answer, so in this case this variable, is not equal to our password and max try is equal to reached, so both of those things are respected. Until both of those things are not respected, we will rerun this app again, and again. So what exactly is inside of the app? Very simple. So we have our number of tries has to be less than the number max of tries. And where exactly about what tries exactly are we talking here? We're talking about your answer. So in this case, each try is counted when one false answer is given. So if one false answer is given, as you can see here, the number of tries will grow by 1. And if the number of tries grows by 1, this means that the number of tries can become greater than the number max of tries. And in this case, we'll return reached. And as you can see here, we'll have reached. So as you can see, both of those things will be respected. And in this case, what's going to happen will be here in our code. So we'll have our max try will be equal to reached. And in this case, we'll return account blocked. And if it's not reached, well, in this case, we'll return access granted. So I hope you guys understand all this. I tried to put everything together. So we put the while loop and as well as the if statement, trying to work with both of those. So it's a bit more complicated. So if you guys don't understand it, what I suggest you to do is simply to rewatch this class. But besides of that, it's really a question of practice. So just try to practice the while loop and the if statement. And at the end, you'll see it's not that hard to use. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course. So until now we saw many things and we talked a lot about loops, and my goal today is to practice our for loop a bit more, since it's not always easy to understand, and I think with a little bit of practice you guys will see that it's not something that is that hard to understand. Alright, so what I present you guys to do today is very simple. What we'll create, let's say 4 meals, 4 drinks, and 4 desserts, and we'll see all the combinations that can exist of those 4 meals, drinks, and desserts. So we'll create 4 of each, and we'll look at all the different combinations that can exist with those elements, and we'll use the for loop in this case to be able to create this type of small application. So let's start. So the first thing we want to do is create our list of objects. So in this case, we'll have our first list that will be named meal. So in this case, we'll have pizza in it. We'll have burger. And we'll have spaghetti. So if you guys want to add other elements, you can. But let's just create 3 of them. So this way, you guys will see what it looks like. All right, next thing, we want to have drink. So what exactly we'll have as drinks? So the second list will be the drinks. So in this case, we'll have water. We'll have juice. And we'll have cola. Great. So our last list in this case will be the desserts. So in this case, the desserts will be, let's say, cake, then ice cream, and finally chips. All right, so we have everything that we need to be able to create our small app. So right now, as I said, we want to have all the combinations possible. So let's say we can have a pizza, have water as a drink, and a cake. But we can have pizza, water as a drink, and ice cream. And so my goal right now is really having all the possible combinations. So what exactly we will do? We'll do something that is called a nested loop. So this means that you will put a loop inside of a loop. In our case, we'll have 3 levels of loops. So we'll have the meals, the drinks, and the desserts. So how exactly this will work? Very simple. We'll write down 4. This will be for our first loop. For the meals. So in this case, we have to write down, let's say, a variable, but we'll write down m. So our variable will be m in meals. So we'll use the first letter of meal just to name the variable. Then for, this will be our second loop, in this case, d in drinks. So the variable will be d in drink. 2 points. For, once again, this will be our third level of loops. In this case, we'll have ds for desserts in desserts. Two points. All right, so right now we have our 3 levels of loop. We could have started with the desserts, then went to drink, went to milk, to meals. It doesn't really matter. In this case, the order doesn't really matter, but we decided to go in this order. So we start with meals, drinks, and desserts. So it's very simple. What's gonna happen? So Python will start with pizza and water. So at first we'll have pizza water, and the pizza water will be tested with cake, ice cream, chips. Then we'll have pizza and juice, and pizza and juice will be tested with cake, ice cream, and chips, and it will go on. All right, so we have all this. Right now it's time to print our output. So what exactly we want as an output? So it's very simple. We'll print, and what exactly we will print? We'll print a sentence. So let's say I will have, and what exactly I will have? So I will have m, which is our variable for meal, as a meal. So m will be our, as I said, our variable for meal, as a meal. So don't forget, the m will always change. Great. Next, I also want, in this case we'll have d as a drink, as a drink. And ds as a dessert, as a dessert. Great. So as you can see, guys, this will be our sentence, and this completes our app. So let's run the app and see all the possible outputs that can happen. So as you can see, all the possible outputs are here. So you can have a pizza as a meal, you also can have water as a drink, and finally cake as a dessert. And as you can see, what happens also. So it starts with meal. So the first ones will be pizza and with water. And the only thing that will change is the dessert. After that, we'll have juice. So as I explained, pizza, water, then cake, ice cream, chips. Then we'll have pizza, juice, then cake, ice cream, chips. Then it's gonna be pizza, cola, cake, ice cream, chips. Because we start with the m as a with meal as our first for loop. As you can see, guys, this is the output, and right here we have all the possible combinations of those 3 elements, and you can write down as many elements as you guys want. So as you can see, guys, this is a way that you can use the for loop. For example, you are looking for a combination of something. Well, this is a way that you guys can find that out. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So until now we saw many interesting things about Python, how to use it, we talked about loops and everything, but since we are still talking about loops, I decided to create a small app with you guys where we'll practice our for loop together as well as our if statement, and you guys will see what you can do with all this. And at the same time, we're gonna create some fun stuff. So very simple, what I decided to create today is, for example, when there are communications on WhatsApp or let's say Telegram or whatever app, what's happening is that those communications are encrypted. So what I decided to do is create a crypting engine to be able to crypt, let's say, conversations. So what we'll do today, as I explained, we'll do our crypting engine. So this engine will simply crypt, let's say, all the words that we'll write down. So let's say write down a word. So this engine will crypt our word. So let's start. So very simple. What we want to do right now, let me just explain exactly how this will work. So our crypting engine will crypt each letter by a number. So let's say, for example, we'll have a letter A, letter B, letter C, and each letter will have a number or a certain symbol. And our user will write down a sentence or a password, and our crypting engine will just crypt everything. So let's start. So the first thing I'll ask you guys to do is write down a function. So to start a function, we need to write down def and give a name to this function. So in this case, the name of our function will be, for example, let's say crypted. Let's say crypted. Crypted sounds cool. All right, so open up our parentheses, and what exactly our user will crypt. So he will crypt a sentence or a word. You can write down sentence, you can write down word, whatever you want. And 2 points. All right, so here starts our encryption. So we'll have encryption. And for now, in encryption, we'll put nothing. So you'll understand later why we need an encryption. All right, so right now how this will work, it's very simple. We need to start with our for loop. So in this case, for every element in sentence, because once again, we need each element. It could be for every letter, it could be for every whatever you want. But in our sentence, we'll have, when our user will enter a sentence, there will be a lot of words. So let's say he will say hello. Let's say he says just hello. So for every element in hello, or for every letter in hello, we are looking to change one letter by one number. So let's say, for example, for every element in our sentence, so once again, you need to use the same words here. So sentence here and sentence there. What I want to do. So I want Python to verify if the element is equal to A. So in this case, if the element is A, because we will change our letter A at first. So we'll write down if element in A. So what does this mean? Let me explain. So the logic is very simple. Here we have our sentence that the user will enter. We want Python to verify for each element in our sentence if this element is in A. So if there is an A, a big A or a small a in our element, you can put them together. So it doesn't really matter because Python will verify if there is this letter or this letter in our sentence. Then, if there is a letter, what we want to do? We simply want to add our encryption. So in this case, it's going to be encryption will be equal to encryption plus 1. All right, so what does this mean? Our encryption for now is equal to 0. What we want to do by writing encryption equals encryption plus 1, this means we'll add 1 here. And in this case, we'll change our A by 1. So this is what all this means. So this is a good way to change our first letter by 1. So as you can see, it's very simple. In this case, let's say translation here. It's gonna be way easier for you guys to understand. Alright, so right now we got everything. Next thing that we want to do the exact same thing for each letter of the alphabet. So for the letter B, letter C, letter D, and all the letters. So how exactly we do this? Very simple. We simply copy the if statement right here. So we can copy it and we paste it down there. And instead of the letter A, we'll use the letter B. But it's very important, since we are working with a if statement that is in another if statement, we'll use the elif. Because once again, we're working with an if statement that is in another if statement. Great. And don't forget, change your 1 by 2. So what you understand from here, right there, what we have, so def crypted sentence. So right here, for each element in our sentence, we will change, we ask Python to look for each element in our sentence. If our element is equal to A, we want to add 1 to our element. So instead of having, let's say A, we want our A to become 1. So this is what this means. Then, when this part is done, we want to verify the exact same thing for the letter B. And then it's gonna, if we have a B, we want to change our B by the letter 2. So this is the first part of our, translation or our encryption. So the next thing that we want to do this for each and every letter that we have. So simply copy our, let's say we take our elif statement here and we paste it there. And instead of writing B, it's going to become C. And instead of 2, here, it's going to become 3. So as you can see, it's very easy. What I'll ask you guys to do right now is simply do the exact same thing for all the letters of the alphabet. So at the end, it should give you something that looks like this. So as you can see, I have all my letters here. And each of my letters is each of my letters is replaced by a symbol. All right. If in the case that all this is not respected, what we want Python to return? Well, it's very simple. We want Python to return translation plus element. So in this case, translation is equal to nothing and plus element will be equal great. And at the end, we return translation. Great. So as you can see right here, what we can understand here is that each letter of our alphabet will be changed by a number. So in this case, let's say, for example, the letter A will be changed by 1. Letter B will be changed by 2. Letter C will be changed by 3. So this is the goal of our app right here. Right now, what we want to print exactly? So it's very simple. We want to ask our user to write down a sentence or a password or whatever. And this password will be crypted. So how do we ask our user to print something? Very simple. We'll use our print function and write down our crypted. So the name of our function right here is crypted. So we write down print. We want to print crypted. But inside of our crypted, we want to ask our user to write down a sentence. So how exactly we ask our user to write down a sentence? We will use our input function. So write down input, and in this case, we'll ask our user to write down a sentence. So we'll tell him, what do you want to crypt? Great. So here is our function. So as you can see, we have our function right here that we created. Our function is named crypted. Our function changes letters by numbers or symbols. And here we ask a Python to print our function, in which we'll ask our user to write down a sentence. So if we run our code to see what it looks like, and our code will ask us, what do you want to crypt? So let's say I want to crypt hello, my name is someone. And as you can see, here it is. It's our encryption. We can write down anything we want. Let's say, for example, hello, I love pizza. As you can see, all the symbols are not crypted since we didn't define an encryption for our symbols. But if you guys want to define an encryption for your symbols, well, you can do it as well. So as you can see here, we have everything that we asked Python to encrypt is encrypted. So 85B is HE. So if we verify on our code right here, HE, so 85. All right. So I hope you guys understand. What I'll ask you right now to do to practice everything that we just saw. You have your encryption thing, your encryption software right now. It's something very basic, but once again, you have it. Right now, what I'll ask you guys to do is try, once again, just to practice, try to create a decryption software. So once again, you have your encryption there, and you want to decrypt your code. So let's say you want to decrypt all this, what you just wrote. It means hello, I love pizza. So try to do a reverse engineering, and try to go from this to this right here. So simply recreate another software like this, and try to go from this encryption to back to the normal word. So that's it for this class, guys. Right now you know how everything works. We created our small project, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So until now we saw many very interesting things about Python, how it works, how to program in this language, and all this kind of stuff. And today we are going to talk about a very important part of Python. This will be about classes and objects. What exactly are those? How would they work? And what exactly you can do with classes and objects? So basically, those two things are used in many programming languages, and this is why they are very important. This class may be a bit hard, so if you don't understand, don't hesitate to see it again and again, just to get the point of what it is exactly. All right, so let's start. So basically, what are classes in Python? Classes are, let's say, a set of data that will help you create basically another type of data that is more personalized. So let me explain. Let's say, for example, you have a pizza. So the pizza in itself could be a class. So why? Because, well, the pizza could be a class. Anything could be a class. So let's say that you take the pizza. So the pizza class will have attributes. Those attributes will be, for example, the price, the size, and the pizza type. So let's say vegetarian, pepperoni, cheese, whatever type you want, the price, and as I said, the size. So those three attributes will constitute a pizza. You can add as many attributes as you want. It doesn't really matter. But just for you guys to understand that a class is simply let's say, a set of data that will create a personalized data. So in this case, as I explained, you will give attributes to, let's say, you will create a pizza. So you'll create a pizza as a whole. An object, on the other hand, is simply the same pizza, but this time personalized. So let's say I'm buying a vegetarian pizza for $5.99. So this will be my object. So the vegetarian pizza, the small vegetarian pizza that costs $5.99, for example, is the object. The class is the pizza as a whole and all the attributes that come with the pizza. All right. So right now that you understand all this, we'll create our first class, which will be, once again, the pizza. And you guys will understand a bit how it works and what exactly you can do with it. So to create a class, first of all, you need to create another Python file. So simply go here, go on new, and simply open up Python file. So click on Python file and you can name your file pizza. I name it personally pizza. All right, when it's all done, you can simply go on your file, which is pizza, and we'll create our class. So the way we start the class creation is very simple. You guys simply write down class. So from here, we have our class. We will name it pizza1. So let's name it, as I said, pizza1. All right. So right now, right here, as you can see, you have your class, which is pizza1. From here, you can define, well, you can, you need to create a function. So in this case, we'll write down def, and then we'll use a class creator. So in this case, we'll use the method ent. It's a special method, which is called class constructor, and this will help you. Well, this will simply create your class. So very simple. You guys simply come a bit down here. So you go on your def, and you write down ent. So ent, it will appear, as you can see, it's there. You simply click on it, and from here, you need to create all your attributes. So in this case, our attributes will be the type, the price, and the size. So we'll have only 3 attributes. We try to make something that is very, very simple. Next thing that you guys want to do is simply write down self. So in this case, we'll call each attribute, so type, and will be equal to type. So very simple. Simply write down self dot the name of your attribute will be equal to the name of your attribute to be able to call it in your project right here. So after that, we'll call each of those attributes in our project. So you do the exact same thing for each and every class. So we have our price will be equal to price, and finally the size will be equal to size. Great. So we have everything that we need. The next thing that we want to do is very simple. Right now that we have our class, we want to create our first object. So how exactly do we create an object in Python? Very simple. We come back in our project right here, and we'll create our first project. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to import our class right here. So what exactly we'll import? So how we start to write this? Write down from. So from where we want to import our class? We want to import our class from this sheet. This sheet is named pizza. So we want to import pizza from pizza, sorry. Want to import it from pizza. And what we want to import from pizza? We want to import the class that is named pizza1. So we want to import pizza1 from pizza. I know it's a bit complicated because the names are the same. But at the end of the day, you get that you want to import pizza from pizza1. All right. So the next thing that we want to do is simply create our, well, our, how do you name it? Our object. So very simple. Our object, let's say it's going to be pizza V, which stands for vegetarian pizza. And our object will be equal to pizza1. So once again, we are calling our class, so pizza1. We open up our parentheses, and we write down what exactly will be in our pizza1. So in this case, what exactly will be in our pizza1? We will have the type of the pizza. So in this case, it's going to be a vegetarian pizza. So vegetarian. We will have the price. So in this case, it's going to be $5. And the size, in this case, we want it to be small. Great. So we have all our attributes. So this is our object. An object looks simply like this. As you can see, it's like a variable. The way you create it, it's simply you write down your object here, You write down equal to the class and all the attributes of the class. So in this case, all the attributes are here. So the type, the price, and the size. When it's all done, you can print each of those attributes. So let's say we want to print. What exactly we want to print? We want to print our object pizza V. So we call it pizza V. And what exactly we want to print in our pizza V? Very simple. We want to print, let's say, the size. So size. Here we go. We have our size. So if we run our app, as you can see, the size is printed and the size is small. let's say you want to have another object right here. So let's say we want to create another object which will be pizza P, which will stand for pepperoni pizza. So once again, we created the same way. Write down pizza, so the name of our class, which is pizza1. We open up our parentheses and we enter all the attributes that we want to enter. So let's say in this case, we want to enter, well, we want to write down which attribute. Let's say we want to write down pepperoni. Then the price will be $10 and the size will be, let's say, large. So if we do the same thing, and instead of pizza V, we write down pizza P, and we run our app, you'll see it's gonna give us the size of pizza P, which in this case is large. Let me just fix it. Here we go. So as you can see, we have large as an answer. So it's not very hard to understand. The only thing that you guys have to get is that you need you need to create your class at first. Your class will be a set of attributes. You can enter whatever attributes you want to enter here. From that point, when you have all your attributes, you can create your object, because as I explained, the class is simply the whole product. So the whole pizza will be the class with all its attributes, and the object will be the specified pizza, so the pizza with all the specified attributes. So let's say you will have the size of the pizza, the large vegetarian pizza that costs $5 will be the, let's say, the output. So it would be the object. So very simple. At first you create the class as we saw, and finally you create your object. You can create as many classes as you want. And you can create as many objects per class as you want once again. So I hope you guys right now understand how everything works. You can practice it, create your own classes, and create your own objects. As you can see, it's not very hard to understand. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to another class of our course about Python. So we talked about many things in this class about Python, and in today's class we are gonna talk about a very important subject, which are errors. So basically in Python you have three different types of errors that can exist and that can occur. They're not very hard to understand, and they're very simple to spot. The first type of error could be the syntax error. In this case, the syntax error is, let's say, for example, you write down a point somewhere or whatever. So let's say you want to print something. So let's say you print 1 divided by 1. So in the case you want to print this simple line of code, as you can see, it gives you 1. But let's say you put a point in front of your print 1 divided by 1, you'll definitely have a syntax error. So this is one type of errors. The second type of error that you guys can deal with would be, for example, logical errors. So in this case, logical errors could be something like zero division, import errors, file not found errors. So those are, for example, errors that happen if something is not logical. So for example, dividing 1 by 0, if you print it, well, as you can see, this is a logical error. So zero division is a logical error. So this is the second type of errors that exists. We have all the exceptions. So this is also another type of errors, but all the exceptions that are in Python. So basically the zero division error is also an exception. Once again, those are logical exceptions, but you have tens and tens of different error types in Python. But once again, I'll show you where exactly we can find them a bit later in this course. So my goal today is to show you how you guys can deal with the errors in general in Python. So instead of having a error signal right here and debugging all your program, let's say you are programming a more complex program, what you can do is work with the try and except functions. So let me show you a quick example. Let's write down a very basic line of code. In this case, we are gonna ask a user to write down a certain number, and this number, well, it could be any type of number. So we ask him to enter a number, and in this case we will simply print 1 plus the number. So our output will be 1 plus the number which is stored in the variable a. So if we decide to run our app, what's gonna happen? We're gonna ask a user to print a number, to give a number. So let's say we give him 20, we will have 21. But in this case, Python asks the number right here has to be a number. So it has to be from, well, just a number. It could not be a string that is, let's say, letters. It could not be letters in this case. All right, so what we'll do right now, we'll enter letters and try to force an error. So as you can see, we enter letters, we have an error here. So once again, this is a value error. So right now, how exactly can we deal with this type of errors? It's very simple. We'll use the try and except function. So this way we'll be able to write something that is a bit more presentable than this and will not block our program to work. So at first, write down try. Then what exactly you want to try. This is the code that you guys want to try. So in this case, we have our code. And finally, what do we accept? So we accept to receive a value error in this case. So let's say, for example, you accept to receive a certain type of errors, or you think that this error could be the most common error that you can receive. Well, simply write down that you accept this error. And in this case, what exactly you will say to your user, you can simply say to him, please write a number. So please write a number. So let's say we enter letters. So as you can see, the user will receive this message instead of receiving a huge message of error. Usually you can, if you want to make this a bit more cool, let's say it this way, you can use it with a while loop. So this very basic app, and what's gonna happen is that it's gonna refresh every time, and the user will try again. And once again, each time that he receives an error, well, it will simply ask him again to print another number. So as you can see, guys, something that is very, very simple. Your code will be between the try and the accept. So let's say you want to try out a code, or you want to receive a different outcome. If, for example, you have an error, you simply write it down here. So let's say you try a certain line of code, which right here, for example, we have a certain line of code. And you guys accept a certain type of error that you think that can occur. For example, the user with who you work will enter letters instead of entering a number. Well, you can prevent this by simply using try and accept function. So I hope you guys understand right now how you can use this function. It's not very hard to understand, but once again, it can be very, very useful. So that's it for this class, guys, and see you all in our next class. Hello guys, and welcome back to our last class of this amazing course about Python. So I'd like to thank you all for joining and following this course until now. I hope you guys have learned many things. I tried to make this course as simple as possible and give you the max knowledge as possible, so you guys will be able to have everything that you need to be able to start in the programming world, especially in the Python programming world. So basically, I talked about everything that covers the basics of Python. We talked about all the data types. We talked about different statements that you guys can use. We talked about different functions. We created functions. We learned how to create functions. We talked about loops, while loops, for loops. We talked about classes and objects. We talked about many things, and we practiced a lot. As well. What I'm planning to do right now is adding content maybe each month to this course, adding maybe practice exercises and stuff that will go inside of the course. So maybe adding some classes just to keep you guys up to date, where you will be able to see different apps or different things. Once again, it will be some basic little things. But once again, if you liked the course, if you like this structure of course, you will be happy to see that this course will be updated in the following months. Besides of that, I think you guys can now read this code. So right now we have an if statement. So this if statement is very simple. If the variable answer in this case is equal to true, I want to print you guys are awesome. Otherwise I print nothing. And if I run the code, as you can see, guys, it's right here. So you guys are amazing. Thank you. And really, it's really appreciated that you guys followed the course until now. I really hope that you liked it. So that's it for this course, guys. I really hope you enjoyed it. Once again, if you have any questions, don't hesitate. I'm always available. I answer the next 12 to 24 hours. I'm pretty quick to answer. The majority of times, it's even faster. Besides of that, if you have any problems or whatever with the course or anything that you didn't understand, don't hesitate to write me just here. So that's it for this course, guys, and see you all in eventually my other courses.